Part 3, Chapter 7 of True Stories from History and Biography by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Our old chair, resumed Grandfather, did not now stand in the midst of a gay circle of British officers. The troops, as I told you, had been removed to Castle William, immediately after the Boston Massacre. Still, however, there were many Tories, custom-house officers, and Englishmen, who used to assemble in the British coffee-house, and talk over the affairs of the period. Matters grew worse and worse, and in 1773, the people did a deed which incensed the king and ministry more than any of their former doings. Grandfather here described the affair which is known by the name of the Boston Tea Party. The Americans, for some time past, had left off importing tea, on account of the oppressive tax. The East India Company, in London, had a large stock of tea on hand, which they had expected to sell to the Americans, but could find no market for it. But, after a while, the government persuaded this company of merchants to send the tea to America. "How odd it is," observed Clara, "that the liberties of America should have had anything to do with a cup of tea!" Grandfather smiled, and proceeded with his narrative. When the people of Boston heard that several cargoes of tea were coming across the Atlantic, they held a great many meetings at Faneuil Hall, in the Old South Church, and under Liberty Tree. In the midst of their debates, 3 ships arrived in the harbor with tea on board. The people spent more than a fortnight in consulting what should be done. At last, on the 16th of December, 1773, they demanded of Governor Hutchinson that he should immediately send the ships back to England. The governor replied that the ships must not leave the harbor until the custom-house duties upon the tea should be paid. Now, the payment of these duties was the very thing against which the people had set their faces, because it was a tax unjustly imposed upon America by the English government. Therefore, in the dusk of the evening, as soon as Governor Hutchinson's reply was received, an immense crowd hastened to Griffin's Wharf, where the tea ships lay. The place is now called Liverpool Wharf. "When the crowd reached the wharf," said Grandfather, "they saw that a set of wild-looking figures were already on board of the ships. You would have imagined that the Indian warriors of old times had come back again, for they wore the Indian dress, and had their faces covered with red and black paint, like the Indians when they go to war. These grim figures hoisted the tea chests on the decks of the vessels, broke them open, and threw all the contents into the harbor." "Grandfather," said little Alice, "I suppose Indians don't love tea, else they would never waste it so." "They were not real Indians, my child," answered Grandfather. "They were white men in disguise, because a heavy punishment would have been inflicted on them if the king's officers had found who they were. But it was never known. From that day to this, though the matter has been talked of by all the world, nobody can tell the names of those Indian figures. Some people say that there were very famous men among them, who afterwards became governors and generals. Whether this be true, I cannot tell. When the tidings of this bold deed were carried to England, King George was greatly enraged. Parliament immediately passed an act by which all vessels were forbidden to take in or discharge their cargoes at the port of Boston. In this way, they expected to ruin all the merchants, and starve the poor people, by depriving them of employment. At the same time, another act was passed, taking away many rights and privileges which had been granted in the charter of Massachusetts. Governor Hutchinson, soon afterward, was summoned to England, in order that he might give his advice about the management of American affairs. General Gage, an officer of the old French war, and since commander-in-chief of the British forces in America, was appointed governor in his stead. One of his first acts was to make Salem, instead of Boston, the metropolis of Massachusetts, by summoning the general court to meet there. According to Grandfather's description, this was the most gloomy time that Massachusetts had ever seen. The people groaned under as heavy a tyranny as in the days of Sir Edmund Andros. Boston looked as if it were afflicted with some dreadful pestilence, so sad were the inhabitants, and so desolate the streets. There was no cheerful hum of business. The merchants shut up their warehouses, and the laboring men stood idle about the wharves. But all America felt interested in the good town of Boston, and contributions were raised in many places for the relief of the poor inhabitants. "Our dear old chair!" exclaimed Clara. "How dismal it must have been now!" "Oh," replied Grandfather, "a gay throng of officers had now come back to the British Coffee House, so that the good old chair had no lack of mirthful company. Soon after General Gage became governor, a great many troops had arrived, and were encamped upon the Common. Boston was now a garrisoned and fortified town, for the general had built a battery across the neck, on the road to Roxbury, and placed guards for its defence. Everything looked as if a civil war were close at hand." "Did the people make ready to fight?" asked Charley. "A Continental Congress assembled at Philadelphia," said Grandfather, "and proposed such measures as they thought most conducive to the public good. A provincial congress was likewise chosen in Massachusetts. They exhorted the people to arm and discipline themselves. A great number of minute men were enrolled. The Americans called them minute men, because they engaged to be ready to fight at a minute's warning. The English officers laughed, and said that the name was a very proper one, because the minute men would run away the minute they saw the enemy. Whether they would fight or run was soon to be proved. Grandfather told the children that the first open resistance offered to the British troops in the province of Massachusetts was at Salem. Colonel Timothy Pickering with 30 or 40 militiamen, prevented the English Colonel Leslie, with 4 times as many regular soldiers, from taking possession of some military stores. No blood was shed on this occasion, but soon afterward it began to flow. General Gage sent 800 soldiers to Concord, about 18 miles from Boston, to destroy some ammunition and provisions which the colonists had collected there. They set out on their march in the evening of the 18th of April, 1775. The next morning, the general sent Lord Percy with 900 men to strengthen the troops which had gone before. All that day, the inhabitants of Boston heard various rumors. Some said that the British were making great slaughter among our countrymen. Others affirmed that every man had turned out with his musket, and that not a single soldier would ever get back to Boston. "It was after sunset," continued Grandfather, "when the troops who had marched forth so proudly were seen entering Charlestown. They were covered with dust, and so hot and weary that their tongues hung out of their mouths. Many of them were faint with their wounds. They had not all returned. Nearly 300 were strewn, dead or dying, along the road from Concord. The yeomanry had risen upon the invaders, and driven them back." "Was this the battle of Lexington?" asked Charley. "Yes," replied Grandfather. "It was so called because the British, without provocation, had fired upon a party of minute men near Lexington Meeting House, and killed 8 of them. That fatal volley, which was fired by order of Major Pitcairn, began the War of the Revolution. About this time, if Grandfather had been correctly informed, our chair disappeared from the British coffee house. The manner of its departure cannot be satisfactorily ascertained. Perhaps the keeper of the coffee house turned it out of doors, on account of its old-fashioned aspect. Perhaps he sold it as a curiosity. Perhaps it was taken without leave by some person who regarded it as public property, because it had once figured under Liberty Tree. Or perhaps the old chair, being of a peaceable disposition, had made use of its 4 oaken legs, and run away from the seat of war." "It would have made a terrible clattering over the pavement," said Charley, laughing. "Meanwhile," continued Grandfather, "during the mysterious non-appearance of our chair, an army of 20,000 men had started up, and come to the siege of Boston. General Gage and his troops were cooped up within the narrow precincts of the peninsula. On the 17th of June, 1775, the famous battle of Bunker Hill was fought. Here General Morin fell. The British got the victory, indeed, but with the loss of more than 1,000 officers and men." "Oh, Grandfather," cried Charley, "you must tell us about that famous battle." "No, Charley," said Grandfather, "I am not like other historians. Battles shall not hold a prominent place in the history of our quiet and comfortable old chair. But to-morrow evening, Laurence, Clara, and yourself, and dear little Alice, too, shall visit the diorama of Bunker Hill. There you shall see the whole business, the burning of Charleston, and all, with your own eyes, and hear the cannon and musketry with your own ears." Part 3, Chapter 7. Part 3, Chapter 8, of True Stories from History and Biography, by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The next evening but one, when the children had given Grandfather a full account of the diorama of Bunker Hill, they entreated him not to keep them any longer in suspense about the fate of his chair. The reader will recollect that at the last accounts it had trotted away upon its poor old legs, nobody knew whither. But before gratifying their curiosity, Grandfather found it necessary to say something about public events. The Continental Congress, which was assembled at Philadelphia, was composed of delegates from all the colonies. They had now appointed George Washington of Virginia to be commander-in-chief of all the American armies. He was, at that time, a member of Congress, but immediately left Philadelphia and began his journey to Massachusetts. On the 3rd of July, 1775, he arrived at Cambridge, and took command of the troops which were besieging General Gage. "Oh, Grandfather!" exclaimed Laurence, "it makes my heart throb to think what is coming now. We are to see General Washington himself." The children crowded around Grandfather, and looked earnestly into his face. Even little Alice opened her sweet blue eyes, with her lips apart, and almost held her breath to listen. So instinctive is the reverence of childhood for the father of his country. Grandfather paused a moment, for he felt as if it might be irreverent to introduce the hallowed shade of Washington into a history where an ancient elbow-chair occupied the most prominent place. However, he determined to proceed with his narrative, and speak of the hero when it was needful, but with an unambitious simplicity. So Grandfather told his auditors that on General Washington's arrival at Cambridge, his first care was to reconnoitre the British troops with his spy-glass, and to examine the condition of his own army. He found that the American troops amounted to about 14,000 men. They were extended all around the peninsula of Boston, a space of 12 miles, from the high grounds of Roxbury on the right to Mystic River on the left. Some were living in tents of sailcloth, some in shanties rudely constructed of boards, some in huts of stone or turf, with curious windows and doors of basket-work. In order to be near the center, and oversee the whole of this wide-stretched army, the commander-in-chief made his headquarters at Cambridge, about half a mile from the colleges. A mansion house, which perhaps had been the country seat of some Tory gentleman, was provided for his residence. "When General Washington first entered this mansion," said Grandfather, "he was ushered up the staircase, and shown into a handsome apartment. He sat down in a large chair, which was the most conspicuous object in the room. The noble figure of Washington would have done honor to a throne. As he sat there, with his hand resting on the hilt of his sheathed sword, which was placed between his knees, his whole aspect well befitted the chosen man on whom his country leaned for the defense of her dearest rights. America seemed safe under his protection. His face was grander than any sculptor had ever wrought in marble. None could behold him without awe and reverence. Never before had the lion's head, at the summit of the chair, looked down upon such a face and form as Washington's. "Why, Grandfather!" cried Clara, clasping her hands in amazement. "Was it really so? Did General Washington sit in our great chair?" "I knew how it would be," said Laurence. "I foresaw it the moment Grandfather began to speak." Grandfather smiled; but, turning from the personal and domestic life of the illustrious leader, he spoke of the methods which Washington adopted to win back the metropolis of New England from the British. The army, when he took command of it, was without any discipline or order. The privates considered themselves as good as their officers, and seldom thought it necessary to obey their commands, unless they understood the why and wherefore. Moreover, they were enlisted for so short a period, that as soon as they began to be respectable soldiers, it was time to discharge them. Then came new recruits, who had to be taught their duty before they could be of any service. Such was the army with which Washington had to contend against more than 20 veteran British regiments. Some of the men had no muskets, and almost all were without bayonets. Heavy cannon for battering the British fortifications were much wanted. There was but a small quantity of powder and ball, few tools to build entrenchments with, and a great deficiency of provision and clothes for the soldiers. Yet, in spite of these perplexing difficulties, the eyes of the whole people were fixed on General Washington, expecting him to undertake some great enterprise against the hostile army. The first thing that he found necessary was to bring his own men into better order and discipline. It is wonderful how soon he transformed this rough mob of country people into the semblance of a regular army. One of Washington's most valuable characteristics was the faculty of bringing order out of confusion. All business with which he had any concern seemed to regulate itself as if by magic. The influence of his mind was like light gleaming through an unshaped world. It was this faculty, more than any other, that made him so fit to ride upon the storm of the Revolution, when everything was unfixed and drifting about in a troubled sea. "Washington had not been long at the head of the army," proceeded Grandfather, "before his soldiers thought as highly of him as if he had led them to 100 victories. They knew that he was the very man whom the country needed, and the only one who could bring them safely through the great contest against the might of England. They put entire confidence in his courage, wisdom, and integrity." "And were not they eager to follow him against the British?" asked Charley. "Doubtless they would have gone whithersoever his sword pointed the way," answered Grandfather. "And Washington was anxious to make a decisive assault upon the enemy. But, as the enterprise was very hazardous, he called a council of all the generals in the army. Accordingly, they came from their different posts, and were ushered into the reception-room. The commander-in-chief rose from our great chair to greet them. "What were their names?" asked Charley. "There was General Artemas Ward," replied Grandfather, "a lawyer by profession. He had commanded the troops before Washington's arrival. Another was General Charles Lee, who had been a colonel in the English army, and was thought to possess vast military science. He came to the council followed by 2 or 3 dogs, who were always at his heels. There was General Putnam, too, who was known all over New England by the name of Old Put." "Was it he who killed the wolf?" inquired Charley. "The same," said Grandfather; "and he had done good service in the old French war. His occupation was that of a farmer; but he left his plough in the furrow at the news of Lexington battle. Then there was General Gates, who afterward gained great renown at Saratoga, and lost it again at Camden. General Greene of Rhode Island was likewise at the council. Washington soon discovered him to be one of the best officers in the army." When the generals were all assembled, Washington consulted them about a plan for storming the English batteries. But it was their unanimous opinion that so perilous an enterprise ought not to be attempted. The army therefore continued to besiege Boston, preventing the enemy from obtaining supplies of provisions, but without taking any immediate measures to get possession of the town. In this manner the summer, autumn, and winter passed away. "Many a night, doubtless," said Grandfather, "after Washington had been all day on horseback, galloping from one post of the army to another, he used to sit in our great chair, wrapped in earnest thought. Had you seen him, you might have supposed that his whole mind was fixed on the blue china tiles which adorned the old-fashioned fireplace. But in reality he was meditating how to capture the British army, or drive it out of Boston. Once, when there was a hard frost, he formed a scheme to cross the Charles River on the ice. But the other generals could not be persuaded that there was any prospect of success." "What were the British doing all this time?" inquired Charley. "They lay idle in the town," replied Grandfather. "General Gage had been recalled to England, and was succeeded by Sir William Howe. The British army and the inhabitants of Boston were now in great distress. Being shut up in the town so long, they had consumed almost all their provisions, and burnt up all their fuel. The soldiers tore down the old North Church, and used its rotten boards and timbers for firewood. To heighten their distress, the smallpox broke out. They probably lost more men by cold, hunger, and sickness, than had been slain at Lexington and Bunker Hill." "What a dismal time for the poor women and children!" exclaimed Clara. "At length," continued Grandfather, "in March, 1776, General Washington, who had now a good supply of powder, began a terrible cannonade and bombardment from Dorchester Heights. One of the cannon balls, which he fired into the town, struck the tower of the Brattle Street Church, where it may still be seen. Sir William Howe made preparations to cross over in boats, and drive the Americans from their batteries, but was prevented by a violent gale and storm. General Washington next erected a battery on Nook's Hill, so near the enemy that it was impossible for them to remain in Boston any longer. "Hurrah! hurrah!" cried Charley, clapping his hands triumphantly. "I wish I had been there to see how sheepish the Englishmen looked." And as Grandfather thought that Boston had never witnessed a more interesting period than this, when the royal power was in its death agony, he determined to take a peep into the town, and imagine the feelings of those who were quitting it forever. End of Part 3, Chapter 8. Part 3, Chapter 9 of True Stories from History and Biography by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Tories' Farewell. "Alas for the poor Tories!" said Grandfather. "Until the very last morning, after Washington's troops had shown themselves on Nook's Hill, these unfortunate persons could not believe that the audacious rebels, as they called the Americans, would ever prevail against King George's army. But when they saw the British soldiers preparing to embark on board of the ships of war, then they knew that they had lost their country. Could the patriots have known how bitter were their regrets, they would have forgiven them all their evil deeds, and sent a blessing after them as they sailed away from their native shore. In order to make the children sensible of the pitiable condition of these men, Grandfather singled out Peter Oliver, Chief Justice of Massachusetts under the Crown, and imagined him walking through the streets of Boston on the morning before he left it forever. This effort of Grandfather's fancy may be called The Tories' Farewell. Old Chief Justice Oliver threw on his red cloak, and placed his three-cornered hat on top of his white wig. In this garb he intended to go forth, and take a parting look at objects that had been familiar to him from his youth. Accordingly, he began his walk in the north part of the town, and soon came to Faneuil Hall. This edifice, the cradle of liberty, had been used by the British officers as a playhouse. "Would that I could see its walls crumble to dust!" thought the Chief Justice; and, in the bitterness of his heart, he shook his fist at the famous hall. There began the mischief which now threatens to rend asunder the British Empire. The seditious harangues of demagogues in Faneuil Hall have made rebels of a loyal people, and deprived me of my country." He then passed through a narrow avenue, and found himself in King Street, almost in the very spot which, 6 years before, had been reddened by the blood of the Boston Massacre. The Chief Justice stepped cautiously, and shuddered, as if he were afraid that even now the gore of his slaughtered countrymen might stain his feet. Before him rose the town house, on the front of which were still displayed the royal arms. Within that edifice he had dispensed justice to the people, in the days when his name was never mentioned without honor. There, too, was the balcony whence the trumpet had been sounded, and the proclamation read to an assembled multitude, whenever a new king of England ascended the throne. "I remember, said Chief Justice Oliver to himself, when his present most sacred majesty was proclaimed. Then how the people shouted! Each man would have poured out his life blood to keep a hair of King George's head from harm. But now, there is scarcely a tongue in all New England that does not imprecate curses on his name. It is ruin and disgrace to love him. Can it be possible that a few fleeting years have wrought such a change?" It did not occur to the Chief Justice that nothing but the most grievous tyranny could so soon have changed the people's hearts. Hurrying from the spot, he entered Cornhill, as the lower part of Washington Street was then called. Opposite to the town house was the waste foundation of the Old North Church. The sacrilegious hands of the British soldiers had torn it down, and kindled their barrack fires with the fragments. Further on, he passed beneath the tower of the Old South. The threshold of this sacred edifice was worn by the iron tramp of horses' feet, for the interior had been used as a riding school and rendezvous for a regiment of dragoons. As the Chief Justice lingered an instant at the door, a trumpet sounded within, and the regiment came clattering forth, and galloped down the street. They were proceeding to the place of embarkation. "Let them go," thought the Chief Justice, with somewhat of an old Puritan feeling in his breast. "No good can come of men who desecrate the house of God." He went on a few steps further, and paused before the Province House. No range of brick stores had been sprung up to hide the mansion of the royal governors from public view. It had a spacious court-yard, bordered with trees, and enclosed with a wrought iron fence. On the cupola that surmounted the edifice was the gilded figure of an Indian chief, ready to let fly an arrow from his bow. Over the wide front door was a balcony, in which the Chief Justice had often stood, when the governor and high officers of the province showed themselves to the people. While Chief Justice Oliver gazed sadly at the Province House, before which a sentinel was pacing, the double leaves of the door were thrown open, and Sir William Howe made his appearance. Behind him came a throng of officers, whose steel scabbards clattered against the stones, as they hastened down the court-yard. Sir William Howe was a dark-complexioned man, stern and haughty in his deportment. He stepped as proudly in that hour of defeat, as if he were going to receive the submission of the rebel general. The Chief Justice bowed and accosted him. "This is a grievous hour for both of us, Sir William," said he. "Forward, gentlemen," said Sir William Howe to the officers who attended him. "We have no time to hear lamentations now." And coldly bowing, he departed. Thus the Chief Justice had a foretaste of the mortifications which the exiled New Englanders afterwards suffered from the haughty Britons.
They were despised even by that country which they had served more faithfully than their own. A still heavier trial awaited Chief Justice Oliver, as he passed onward from the Province House. He was recognized by the people in the street. They had long known him as the descendant of an ancient and honorable family. They had seen him sitting in his scarlet robes upon the judgment seat. All his life long, either for the sake of his ancestors, or on account of his own dignified station and unspotted character, he had been held in high respect. The old gentry of the province were looked upon almost as noblemen. While Massachusetts was under royal government. But now all hereditary reverence for birth and rank was gone. The inhabitants shouted in derision, when they saw the venerable form of the old Chief Justice. They laid the wrongs of the country and their own sufferings during the siege, their hunger, cold, and sickness, partly to his charge, and to that of his brother Andrew, and his kinsman Hutchinson. It was by their advice that the king had acted in all the colonial troubles. But the day of recompense was come. "See the old Tory!" cried the people, with bitter laughter. "He is taking his last look at us. Let him show his white wig among us an hour hence, and we'll give him a coat of tar and feathers." The Chief Justice, however, knew that he need fear no violence so long as British troops were in possession of the town. But, alas! it was a bitter thought that he should leave no loving memory behind him. His forefathers, long after their spirits left the earth, had been honored in the affectionate remembrance of the people. But he who would henceforth be dead to his native land would have no epitaph save scornful and vindictive words. The old man wept. "They curse me! They invoke all kinds of evil on my head!" thought he, in the midst of his tears. "But if they could read my heart, they would know that I love New England well. Heaven bless her, and bring her again under the rule of our gracious king! A blessing, too, on these poor misguided people!" The Chief Justice flung out his hands with a gesture, as if he were bestowing a parting benediction on his countrymen. He had now reached the southern portion of the town, and was far within the range of cannon shot from the American batteries. Close beside him was the broad stump of a tree, which appeared to have been recently cut down. Being weary and heavy at heart, he was about to sit down upon the stump. Suddenly it flashed upon his recollection that this was the stump of Liberty Tree. The British soldiers had cut it down, vainly boasting that they could as easily overthrow the liberties of America. Under its shadowy branches, 10 years before, the brother of Chief Justice Oliver had been compelled to acknowledge the supremacy of the people by taking the oath which they prescribed. This tree was connected with all the events that had severed America from England. "Accursed tree!" cried the Chief Justice, gnashing his teeth, for anger overcame his sorrow. "Would that thou hadst been left standing till Hancock, Adams, and every other traitor were hanged upon thy branches! Then fitly mightest thou have been hewn down and cast into the flames." He turned back, hurried to Long Wharf without looking behind him, embarked with the British troops for Halifax, and never saw his country more. Throughout the remainder of his days, Chief Justice Oliver was agitated with those same conflicting emotions that had tortured him while taking his farewell walk through the streets of Boston. Deep love and fierce resentment burned in one flame within his breast. Anathemas struggled with benedictions. He felt as if one breath of his native air would renew his life, yet would have died rather than breathe the same air with rebels. And such likewise were the feelings of the other exiles, 1,000 in number, who departed with the British army. Were they not the most unfortunate of men? "The misfortunes of these exiled Tories," observed Laurence, "must have made them think of the poor exiles of Acadia." "They had a sad time of it, I suppose," said Charley; "but I choose to rejoice with the patriots, rather than be sorrowful with the Tories. Grandfather, what did General Washington do now?" "As the rear of the British army embarked from the wharf," replied Grandfather, "General Washington's troops marched over the neck, through the fortification gates, and entered Boston in triumph. And now, for the first time since the Pilgrims landed, Massachusetts was free from the dominion of England. May she never again be subjected to foreign rule, never again feel the rod of oppression." "Dear Grandfather," asked little Alice, "did General Washington bring our chair back to Boston?" "I know not how long the chair remained at Cambridge," said Grandfather. "Had it stayed there till this time, it could not have found a better or more appropriate shelter. The mansion which George Washington occupied is still standing, and his apartments have since been tenanted by several eminent men. Governor Everett, while a professor in the university, resided there. So, at an after period, did Mr. Sparks, whose invaluable labors have connected his name with the immortality of Washington. And at this very time, a venerable friend and contemporary of your grandfather, after long pilgrimages beyond the sea, has set up his staff of rest at Washington's headquarters." "You mean Professor Longfellow, Grandfather," said Laurence. "Oh, how I should love to see the author of those beautiful Voices of the Night!" "We will visit him next summer," answered Grandfather, "and take Clara and little Alice with us, and Charley, too, if he will be quiet." Part 3, Chapter 9.
Part 3, Chapter 10 of True Stories from History and Biography, by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. When Grandfather resumed his narrative the next evening, he told the children that he had some difficulty in tracing the movements of the chair during a short period after George Washington's departure from Cambridge. Within a few months, however, it made its appearance at a shop in Boston, before the door of which was seen a striped pole. In the interior was displayed a stuffed alligator, a rattlesnake's skin, a bundle of Indian arrows, an old-fashioned matchlock gun, a walking-stick of Governor Winthrop's, a wig of old Cotton Mather's, and a colored print
of the Boston Massacre. In short, it was a barber shop, kept by a Mr. Pierce, who prided himself on having shaved George Washington, Old Put, and many other famous persons. This was not a very dignified situation for our venerable chair," continued Grandfather. "But, you know, there is no better place for news than a barber shop. All the events of the Revolutionary War were heard of there, sooner than anywhere else. People used to sit in the chair, reading the newspaper or talking, and waiting to be shaved, while Mr. Pierce, with his scissors and razor, was at work upon the heads or chins of his other customers." "I am sorry the chair could not betake itself to some more suitable place of refuge," said Laurence. "It was old now, and must have longed for quiet. Besides, after it had held Washington in its arms, it ought not to have been compelled to receive all the world. It should have been put into the pulpit of the Old South Church, or some other consecrated place." "Perhaps so," answered Grandfather. "But the chair, in the course of its varied existence, had grown so accustomed to general intercourse with society, that I doubt whether it would have contented itself in the pulpit of the Old South. There it would have stood solitary, or with no livelier company than the silent organ in the opposite gallery, 6 days out of 7. I incline to think that it had seldom been situated more to its mind, than on the sanded floor of the snug little barber's shop." Then Grandfather amused his children and himself with fancying all the different sorts of people who had occupied our chair, while they awaited the leisure of the barber. There was the old clergyman, such as Dr. Chauncey, wearing a white wig, which the barber took from his head, and placed upon a wig block. Half an hour, perhaps, was spent in combing and powdering this reverend appendage to a clerical skull. There, too, were officers of the Continental Army, who required their hair to be pomatumed and plastered, so as to give them a bold and martial aspect. There, once in a while, was seen the thin, careworn, melancholy visage of an old Tory, with a wig that, in times long past, had perhaps figured at a province house ball. And there, not unfrequently, sat the rough captain of a privateer, just returned from a successful cruise, in which he had captured half a dozen richly laden vessels belonging to King George's subjects. And sometimes a rosy little schoolboy climbed into our chair, and sat staring with wide open eyes at the alligator, the rattlesnake, and other curiosities of the barber's shop. His mother had sent him, with 6 pence in hand, to get his glossy curls cropped off. The incidents of the Revolution plentifully supplied the barber's customers with topics of conversation. They talked sorrowfully of the death of General Montgomery, and the failure of our troops to take Quebec; for the New Englanders were now as anxious to get Canada from the English, as they had formerly been to conquer it from the French. "But very soon," said Grandfather, "came news from Philadelphia. the most important that America had ever heard of. On the 4th of July, 1776, Congress had signed the Declaration of Independence. The 13 colonies were now free and independent states. Dark as our prospects were, the inhabitants welcomed these glorious tidings, and resolved to perish rather than again bear the yoke of England. "And I would perish too!" cried Charley. "It was a great day, a glorious deed," said Laurence, coloring high with enthusiasm. "And, Grandfather, I love to think that the sages in Congress showed themselves as bold and true as the soldiers in the field. For it must have required more courage to sign the Declaration of Independence than to fight the enemy in battle." Grandfather acquiesced in Laurence's view of the matter. He then touched briefly and hastily upon the prominent events of the Revolution. The thunderstorm of war had now rolled southward, and did not again burst upon Massachusetts, where its first fury had been felt. But she contributed her full share to the success of the contest. Wherever a battle was fought, whether at Long Island, White Plains, Trenton, Princeton, Brandywine, or Germantown, some of her brave sons were found slain upon the field. In October, 1777, General Burgoyne surrendered his army at Saratoga to the American General Gates. The captured troops were sent to Massachusetts. Not long afterwards, Dr. Franklin and other American commissioners made a treaty at Paris, by which France bound herself to assist our countrymen. The gallant Lafayette was already fighting for our freedom by the side of Washington. In 1778, a French fleet, commanded by Count d'Estaing, spent a considerable time in Boston harbor. It marks the vicissitudes of human affairs, that the French, our ancient enemies, should come hither as comrades and brethren, and that kindred England should be our foe." "While the war was raging in the Middle and Southern States," proceeded Grandfather, "Massachusetts had leisure to settle a new constitution of government, instead of the royal charter. This was done in 1780. In the same year, John Hancock, who had been president of Congress, was chosen governor of the state. He was the first whom the people had elected since the days of old Simon Bradstreet." "But, Grandfather, who had been governor since the British were driven away?" inquired Laurence. "General Gage and Sir William Howe were the last whom you have told us of." "There had been no governor for the last 4 years," replied Grandfather. "Massachusetts had been ruled by the legislature, to whom the people paid obedience of their own accord. It is one of the most remarkable circumstances in our history, that when the charter government was overthrown by the war, no anarchy, nor the slightest confusion ensued. This was a great honor to the people. But now Hancock was proclaimed governor by sound of trumpet, and there was again a settled government." Grandfather again adverted to the progress of the war. In 1781, General Greene drove the British from the Southern States. In October of the same year, General Washington compelled Lord Cornwallis to surrender his army at Yorktown, in Virginia. This was the last great event of the Revolutionary contest. King George and his ministers perceived that all the might of England could not compel America to renew her allegiance to the crown. After a great deal of discussion, a treaty of peace was signed in September of 1783. "Now, at last," said Grandfather, "after weary years of war, the regiments of Massachusetts returned in peace to their families. Now, the stately and dignified leaders, such as General Lincoln and General Knox, with their powdered hair and their uniforms of blue and buff, were seen moving about the streets." "And little boys ran after them, I suppose," remarked Charley, "and the grown people bowed respectfully." "They deserved respect, for they were good men, as well as brave," answered Grandfather. "Now, too, the inferior officers and privates came home to seek some peaceful occupation. Their friends remembered them as slender and smooth-cheeked young men, but they returned with erect and rigid mien of disciplined soldiers. Some hobbled on crutches and wooden legs. Others had received wounds which were still rankling in their breasts. Many, alas, had fallen in battle, and perhaps were left unburied on the bloody field." "The country must have been sick of war," observed Laurence. "One would have thought so," said Grandfather. "Yet only 2 or 3 years elapsed before the folly of some misguided men caused another mustering of soldiers. This affair was called Shays' War, because a Captain Shays was the chief leader of the insurgents." "Oh, Grandfather, don't let there be another war!" cried little Alice, piteously. Grandfather comforted his dear little girl by assuring her that there was no great mischief done. Shays' War happened in the latter part of 1786, and the beginning of the following year. Its principal cause was the badness of the times. The state of Massachusetts, in its public capacity, was very much in debt. So likewise were many of the people. The insurrection took place, the object of which seems to have been to interrupt the course of law, and get rid of debts and taxes. James Bowdoin, a good and able man, was now governor of Massachusetts. He sent General Lincoln at the head of 4,000 men to put down the insurrection. This general, who had fought through several hard campaigns in the Revolution, managed matters like an old soldier, and totally defeated the rebels, at the expense of very little blood. "There is but one more public event to be recorded in the history of our chair," proceeded Grandfather. "In the year 1794, Samuel Adams was elected governor of Massachusetts. I have told you what a distinguished patriot he was, and how much he resembled the stern old Puritans. Could the ancient freemen of Massachusetts, who lived in the days of the first charter, have arisen from their graves, they would probably have voted for Samuel Adams to be governor." "Well, Grandfather, I hope he sat in our chair," said Clara. "He did," replied Grandfather. "He had long been in the habit of visiting the barber's shop, where our venerable chair, philosophically forgetful of its former dignities, had now spent nearly 18 not uncomfortable years. Such a remarkable piece of furniture, so evidently a relic of long departed times, could not escape the notice of Samuel Adams. He made minute researches into its history, and ascertained what a succession of excellent and famous people had occupied it. "How did he find it out?" asked Charley; "for I suppose the chair could not tell its own history." "There used to be a vast collection of ancient letters and other documents in the tower of the Old South Church," answered Grandfather. "Perhaps the history of our chair was contained among these. At all events, Samuel Adams appears to have been well acquainted with it. When he became governor, he felt he could have no more honorable seat than that which had been the ancient chair of state. He therefore purchased it for a trifle, and filled it worthily for 3 years as governor of Massachusetts." "And what next?" asked Charley. "That is all," said Grandfather, heaving a sigh; for he could not help being a little sad at the thought that his stories must close here. Samuel Adams died in 1803, at the age of above 80. He was a great patriot, but a poor man. At his death, he left scarcely property enough to pay the expenses of his funeral. This precious chair, among his other effects, was sold at auction, and your grandfather, who was then in the strength of his years, became the purchaser." Laurence, with a mind full of thoughts that struggled for expression, could find none, looked steadfastly at the chair. He had now learned all its history, yet was not satisfied. "Oh, how I wish that the chair could speak!" cried he. "After its long intercourse with mankind, after looking upon the world for ages, what lessons of golden wisdom it might utter! It might teach a private person how to lead a good and happy life, or a statesman how to make his country prosperous." End of Part 3, Chapter 10. Part 3, Chapter 11, of True Stories from History and Biography, by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Grandfather's Dream. Grandfather was struck by Laurence's idea that the historic chair should utter a voice, and thus pour forth the collected wisdom of 2 centuries. The old gentleman had once possessed no inconsiderable share of fancy, and even now its fading sunshine occasionally glimmered among his more sombre reflections. As the history of the chair had exhausted all his facts, Grandfather determined to have recourse to fable. So, after warning the children that they must not mistake this story for a true one, he related what we shall call Grandfather's Dream. "Laurence and Clara, where were you last night? Where were you, Charley and dear little Alice? You had all gone to rest, and left old Grandfather to meditate alone in his great chair. The lamp had grown so dim, that its light hardly illuminated the alabaster shade. The wood fire had crumbled into heavy embers, among which the little flames danced and quivered and sported about like fairies. And here sat Grandfather all by himself. He knew that it was bedtime, yet he could not help longing to hear your merry voices, or to hold a comfortable chat with some old friend, because then his pillow would be visited by pleasant dreams. But, as neither children nor friends were at hand, Grandfather leaned back in the great chair, and closed his eyes, for the sake of meditating more profoundly. And when Grandfather's meditations had grown very profound indeed, he fancied that he heard a sound over his head, as if somebody were preparing to speak. "Ahem!" it said in a dry, husky tone. "Hum! Hum!" As Grandfather did not know that any person was in the room, he started up in great surprise, and peeped hither and thither behind the chair, and into the recess by the fireside, and at the dark nook yonder near the bookcase. Nobody could he see. "Pooh!" said Grandfather to himself. "I must have been dreaming." But just as he was going to resume his seat, Grandfather happened to look at the great chair. The rays of firelight were flickering upon it in such a manner, that it really seemed as if its oaken frame were all alive. What! Did it not move its elbow? There, too, it certainly lifted one of its ponderous forelegs, as if it had a notion of drawing itself a little nearer to the fire. Meanwhile, the lion's head nodded at Grandfather, with as polite and sociable a look as a lion's visage, carved in oak, could possibly be expected to assume. "Well, this is strange!" "Good evening, my old friend," said the dry and husky voice, now a little clearer than before. "We have been intimately acquainted so long, that I think it high time that we have a chat together." Grandfather was looking straight at the lion's head, and could not be mistaken in supposing that it moved its lips. So here the mystery was all explained. "I was not aware," said Grandfather, with a civil salutation to his oaken companion, "that you possessed the faculty of speech. Otherwise, I should often have been glad to converse with such a solid, useful, and substantial, if not brilliant, member of society." "Oh!" replied the ancient chair, in a quiet and easy tone, for it had now cleared its throat of the dust of ages. "I am naturally a silent and incommunicative sort of character. Once or twice, in the course of a century, I unclose my lips. When the gentle Lady Arbella departed this life, I uttered a groan. When the honest mint master weighed his plump daughter against the pine tree shillings, I chuckled audibly at the joke. When old Simon Bradstreet took the place of the tyrant Andros, I joined in the general huzza, and capered upon my wooden legs for joy. To be sure, the bystanders were so fully occupied with their own feelings, that my sympathy was quite unnoticed." "And have you often held a private chat with your friends?" asked Grandfather. "Not often," answered the chair. "I once talked with Sir William Phips, and communicated my ideas about the witchcraft delusion. Cotton Mather had several conversations with me, and derived great benefit from my historical reminiscences. In the days of the Stamp Act, I whispered in the ear of Hutchinson, bidding him to remember what stock his countrymen were descended of, and to think whether the spirit of their forefathers had utterly departed from them. The last man whom I favored with a colloquy was that stout old Republican, Samuel Adams." "And how happens it," inquired Grandfather, "that there is no record nor tradition of your conversational abilities? It is an uncommon thing to meet with a chair that can talk." "Why, to tell the truth," said the chair, giving itself a hitch nearer to the hearth, "I am not apt to choose the most suitable moments for unclosing my lips. Sometimes I have inconsiderately begun to speak, when my occupant, lolling back in my arms, was inclined to take an after dinner nap. Or perhaps the impulse to talk may be felt at midnight, when the lamp burns dim, and the fire crumples into decay, and the studious or thoughtful man finds that his brain is in a mist. Oftenest I have unwisely uttered my wisdom in the ears of sick persons, when the inquietude of fever made them toss about upon my cushion. And so it happens, that though my words make a pretty strong impression at the moment, yet my auditors invariably remember them only as a dream. I should not wonder if you, my excellent friend, were to do the same to-morrow morning." "Nor I either," thought Grandfather to himself. However, he thanked this respectable old chair for beginning the conversation, and begged to know whether it had any thing particular to communicate. "I have been listening attentively to your narrative of my adventures," replied the chair, "and it must be owned that your correctness entitles you to be held up as a pattern to biographers. Nevertheless, there are a few omissions, which I should be glad to see supplied. For instance, you make no mention of the good knight, Sir Richard Saltonstall, nor the famous Hugh Peters, nor of those old regicide judges, Whalley, Gough, and Dixwell. Yet I have borne the weight of all these distinguished characters at one time or another." Grandfather promised amendment, if ever he should have an opportunity to repeat his narrative. The good old chair, which still seemed to retain a due regard for outward appearance, then reminded him how long a time had passed since it had been provided with a new cushion. It likewise expressed the opinion that the oaken figures on its back would show to much better advantage by the aid of a little varnish. "And I have had a complaint in this joint," continued the chair, endeavoring to lift one of its legs, "ever since Charley trundled his wheelbarrow against me." "It shall be attended to," said Grandfather. "And now, venerable chair, I have a favor to solicit. During an existence of more than 2 centuries, you have had a familiar intercourse with men who were esteemed the wisest of their day. Doubtless, with your capacious understanding, you have treasured up many an invaluable lesson of wisdom. You certainly have had time enough to guess the riddle of life. Tell us poor mortals, then, how we may be happy." The lion's head fixed its eyes thoughtfully upon the fire. and the whole chair assumed an aspect of deep meditation. Finally, it beckoned to Grandfather with its elbow, and made a step sideways towards him, as if it had a very important secret to communicate. "As long as I have stood in the midst of human affairs," said the chair, with a very oracular enunciation, "I have constantly observed that justice, truth, and love are the chief ingredients of every happy life." "Justice, truth, and love!" exclaimed Grandfather. "We need not exist 2 centuries to find out that these qualities are essential to our happiness. This is no secret. Every human being is born with the instinctive knowledge of it." "Ah!" cried the chair, drawing back in surprise. "From what I have observed of the dealings of man with man, and nation with nation, I never should have suspected that they knew this all-important secret. And with this eternal lesson written in your soul, do you ask me to sift new wisdom for you out of my petty existence of 2 or 3 centuries?" "But, my dear chair," said Grandfather. "Not a word more," interrupted the chair. "Here I close my lips for the next 100 years. At the end of that period, if I shall have discovered any new precepts of happiness, better than that what Heaven has already taught you, they shall assuredly be given to the world." In the energy of its utterance, the oaken chair seemed to stamp its foot, and trod, we hope unintentionally, upon Grandfather's toe. The old gentleman started, and found that he had been asleep in the great chair, and that his heavy walking stick had fallen down across his foot. "Grandfather," cried little Alice, clapping her hands, "you must dream a new dream every night about our chair." Laurence and Clara and Charley said the same; but the good old gentleman shook his head, and declared that here ended the history, real or fabulous, of Grandfather's chair. Part III, Chapter 11. Biographical Stories, Chapter I, of True Stories from History and Biography, by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reader's Note: there is the following short preface to the Biographical Stories section of this book. The persons we will be having biographical stories on are Benjamin West, Sir Isaac Newton, Samuel Johnson, Oliver Cromwell, Benjamin Franklin, and Queen Christina. The author goes on to write: "This small volume, and others of a similar character from the same hand, have not been composed without a deep sense of responsibility. The author regards children as sacred, and would not, for the world, cast anything into the fountain of a young heart that might embitter and pollute its waters; and even in point of the reputation to be aimed at juvenile literature, is as well worth cultivating as any other. The writer, if he succeed in pleasing his little readers, may hope to be remembered by them till their own old age, a far longer period of literary existence than is generally attained
by those who seek immortality from the judgment of full-grown men. End of Reader's Note. And now to Chapter 1. When Edward Temple was about 8 or 9 years old, he was afflicted with a disorder of the eyes. It was so severe, and his sight was naturally so delicate, that the surgeon felt some apprehensions lest the boy should become totally blind. He therefore gave strict directions to keep him in a darkened chamber, with a bandage over his eyes. Not a ray of the blessed light of heaven could be suffered to visit the poor lad. This was a sad thing for Edward. It was just the same as if there were to be no more sunshine, nor moonlight, nor glow of the cheerful fire, nor light of lamps. A night had begun, which was to continue perhaps for months. A longer and drearier night than that which voyagers are compelled to endure, when their ship is ice-bound throughout the winter in the Arctic Ocean. His dear father and mother, his brother George, and the sweet face of little Emily Robinson must all vanish, and leave him in utter darkness and solitude. Their voices and footsteps, it is true, would be heard around him. He would feel his mother's embrace, and the kind pressure of all their hands; but still it would seem as if they were 1,000 miles away. And then his studies! They were to be entirely given up. This was another grievous trial; for Edward's memory hardly went back to the period when he had not known how to read. Many and many a holiday had he spent at his book, poring over its pages until the deepening twilight confused the print, and made all the letters run into long words. Then would he press his hands across his eyes, and wonder why they pained him so; and when the candles were lighted, what was the reason that they burned so dimly, like the moon in a foggy night. Poor little fellow! So far as his eyes were concerned, he was already an old man, and needed a pair of spectacles almost as much as his own grandfather did. And now, alas, the time was come, when even Grandfather's spectacles could not have assisted Edward to read. After a few bitter tears, which only pained his eyes the more, the poor boy submitted to the surgeon's orders. His eyes were bandaged, and with his mother on one side, and his little friend Emily on the other, he was led into a darkened chamber. "Mother, I shall be very miserable," said Edward, sobbing. "Oh, no, my dear child," replied his mother, cheerfully. "Your eyesight was a precious gift of Heaven, it is true; but you would do wrong to be miserable for its loss, even if there were no hope of regaining it. There are other enjoyments besides what comes to us through our eyes." "None that are worth having," said Edward. "Ah! but you will not think so long," rejoined Mrs. Temple, with tenderness. "All of us, your father and myself, and George, and our sweet Emily, will try to find occupation and amusement for you. We will use all our eyes to make you happy. Will not they be better than a single pair?" "I will sit by you all day long," said Emily, in her low, sweet voice, putting her hand into that of Edward. "And so will I, Ned," said George, his elder brother, "school time and all, if my father will permit me." Edward's brother George was 3 or 4 years older than himself, a fine, hearty lad, of a bold and ardent temper. He was the leader of his comrades in all their enterprises and amusements. As to his proficiency at study, there was not much to be said. He had sense and ability enough to have made himself a scholar, but found so many pleasanter things to do, that he seldom took hold of a book with his whole heart. So fond was George of boisterous sports and exercises, that it was really a great token of affection and sympathy, when he offered to sit all day long in a dark chamber with his poor brother Edward. As for little Emily Robinson, she was the daughter of one of Mr. Temple's dearest friends. Ever since her mother went to heaven, which was soon after Emily's birth, the little girl had dwelt in the household where we now find her. Mr. and Mrs. Temple seemed to love her as well as their own children, for they had no daughter, except Emily; nor would the boys have known the blessing of a sister, had not this gentle stranger come to teach them what it was. If I could show you Emily's face, with her dark hair smoothed away from her forehead, you would be pleased with her look of simplicity and loving kindness, but might think that she was somewhat too grave for a child of 7 years old. But you would not love her the less for that. So brother George and this loving little girl were to be Edward's companions and playmates, while he should be kept prisoner in the dark chamber. When the first bitterness of his grief was over, he began to feel that there might be some comforts and enjoyments in life, even for a boy whose eyes were covered with a bandage. "I thank you, dear mother," said he, with only a few sobs. "And you, Emily, and you too, George. You will all be very kind to me, I know. And my father, will not he come to see me every day?" "Yes, my dear boy," said Mr. Temple; for, though invisible to Edward, he was standing close beside him. "I will spend some hours every day with you. As I have often amused you by relating stories and adventures, while you had the use of your eyes, I can do the same now that you are unable to read. Will this please you, Edward?" "Oh, very much," replied Edward. "Well, then," said his father, "this evening we will begin the series of biographical stories, which I promised you some time ago." End of Biographical Stories, Chapter 1. Biographical Stories, Chapter 2, of True Stories from History and Biography, by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Benjamin West. When evening came, Mr. Temple found Edward considerably revived in spirits, and disposed to be resigned to his misfortune. Indeed, the figure of the boy, as it was dimly seen by the firelight, reclined in a well-stuffed easy-chair, looked so very comfortable, that many people might have envied him. When a man's eyes have grown old with gazing at the ways of the world, it does not seem such a terrible misfortune to have them bandaged. Little Emily Robinson sat by Edward's side,
with the air of an accomplished nurse. As well as the duskiness of the chamber would permit, she watched all his motions, and each varying expression of his face, and tried to anticipate her patient's wishes before his tongue could utter them. Yet it was notable that the child manifested an indescribable awe and disquietude whenever she fixed her eyes on the bandage; for, to her simple and affectionate heart, it seemed as if her dear friend Edward was separated from her, because she could not see his eyes. A friend's eyes tell us many things which could never be spoken by the tongue. George likewise looked awkward and confused, as stout and healthy boys are accustomed to do in the society of the sick or afflicted. Never having felt pain or sorrow, they are abashed from not knowing how to sympathize with the sufferings of others. "Well, my dear Edward," inquired Mrs. Temple, "is your chair quite comfortable? And has your little nurse provided for all your wants? If so, your father is ready to begin his stories." "Oh, I am very well now," answered Edward, with a faint smile. "My ears have not forsaken me, though my eyes are good for nothing. So pray, dear father, begin." It was Mr. Temple's design to tell the children a series of true stories, the incidents of which should be taken from the childhood and early life of eminent people. Thus he hoped to bring George and Edward and Emily into closer acquaintance with the famous persons who have lived in other times, by showing that they also had been children once. Although Mr. Temple was scrupulous to relate nothing but what was founded on fact, yet he felt himself at liberty to clothe the incidents of his narrative in a new coloring, so that his auditors might understand them the better. "My first story," said he, "shall be about a painter of pictures." "Dear me!" cried Edward, with a sigh. "I am afraid I shall never look at pictures any more." "We will hope for the best," answered his father. "In the mean time, you must try to see things within your own mind." Mr. Temple then began the following story. Benjamin West, born 1738, died 1820. In the year 1738, there came into the world, in the town of Springfield, Pennsylvania, a Quaker infant, from whom his parents and neighbors looked for wonderful things. A famous preacher of the Society of Friends had prophesied about little Ben, and foretold that he would be one of the most remarkable characters that had appeared on earth since the days of William Penn. On this account, the eyes of many people were fixed upon the boy. Some of his ancestors had won great renown in the old wars of England and France; but it was probably expected that Ben would become a preacher, and would convert multitudes to the peaceful doctrines of the Quakers. Friend West and his wife were thought to be very fortunate in having such a son. Little Ben lived to the ripe age of 6 years, without doing anything that was worthy to be told in history. But one summer afternoon, in his 7th year, his mother put a fan into his hand, and bade him keep the flies away from the face of a little babe who lay fast asleep in the cradle. She then left the room. The boy waved the fan to and fro, and drove away the buzzing flies whenever they had the impertinence to come near the baby's face. When they had all flown out of the window, or into distant parts of the room, he bent over the cradle, and delighted himself with gazing at the sleeping infant. It was, indeed, a very pretty sight. The little personage in the cradle slumbered peacefully, with its waxen hands under its chin, looking as full of blissful quiet as if angels were singing lullabies in its ear. Indeed, it must have been dreaming about heaven; for when Ben stooped over the cradle, the little baby smiled. "How beautiful she looks!" said Ben to himself. "What a pity it is that such a pretty smile should not last forever!" Now Ben, at this period of his life, had never heard of that wonderful art by which a look that appears and vanishes in a moment may be made to last for hundreds of years. But though nobody had told him of such an art, he may be said to have invented it for himself. On a table near at hand there were pens and paper, and ink of two colors, black and red. The boy seized a pen and sheet of paper, and, kneeling down beside the cradle, began to draw a likeness of the infant. While he was busied in this manner, he heard his mother's step approaching, and hastily tried to conceal the paper. "Benjamin, my son, what hast thou been doing?" inquired his mother, observing marks of confusion in his face. At first Ben was unwilling to tell, for he felt as if there might be something wrong in stealing the baby's face and putting it upon a sheet of paper. However, as his mother insisted, he finally put the sketch into her hand, and then hung his head, expecting to be well scolded. But when the good lady saw what was on the paper, in lines of red and black ink, she uttered a scream of surprise and joy. "Bless me!" cried she, "it is a picture of little Sally!" And then she threw her arms round our friend Benjamin, and kissed him so tenderly that he never afterwards was afraid to show his performances to his mother. As Ben grew older, he was observed to take vast delight in looking at the hues and forms of nature. For instance, he was greatly pleased with the blue violets of spring, the wild roses of summer, and the scarlet cardinal flowers of early autumn. In the decline of the year, when the woods were variegated with all the colors of the rainbow, Ben seemed to desire nothing better than to gaze at them from morn till night. The purple and golden clouds of sunset were a joy to him, and he was continually endeavoring to draw the figures of trees, men, mountains, houses, cattle, geese, ducks, and turkeys, with a piece of chalk on barn doors or on the floor. In these old times, the Mohawk Indians were still numerous in Pennsylvania. Every year, a party of them used to pay a visit to Springfield. Because the wigwams of their ancestors had formerly stood there, these wild men grew fond of little Ben, and made him very happy by giving him some of the red and yellow paint with which they were accustomed to adorn their faces. His mother, too, presented him with a piece of indigo. Thus he now had 3 colors, red, blue, and yellow, and could manufacture green by mixing the yellow with the blue. Our friend Ben was overjoyed, and doubtless showed his gratitude to the Indians by taking their likenesses in the strange dresses which they wore, with feathers, tomahawks, and bows and arrows. But all this time the young artist had no paint brushes, nor were there any to be bought, unless he had sent to Philadelphia on purpose. However, he was a very ingenious boy, and resolved to manufacture paint brushes for himself. With this design he laid hold upon, what do you think? Why, upon a respectable old black cat, who was sleeping quietly by the fireside. "Puss," said little Ben to the cat, "pray give me some of the fur from the tip of thy tail." Though he addressed the black cat so civilly, yet Ben was determined to have the fur, whether she were willing or not. Puss, who had no great zeal for the fine arts, would have resisted if she could. But the boy was armed with his mother's scissors, and very dexterously clipped off fur enough to make a paint brush. This was of so much use to him, that he applied to Madam Puss again and again, until her warm coat of fur had become so thin and ragged, that she could hardly keep comfortable through the winter. Poor thing! She was forced to creep close into the chimney corner, and eyed Ben with a very rueful physiognomy. But Ben considered it more necessary that he should have paint brushes than that Puss should be warm. About this period, Friend West received a visit from Mr. Pennington, a merchant of Philadelphia, who was likewise a member of the Society of Friends. The visitor, on entering the parlor, was surprised to see it ornamented with drawings of Indian chiefs, and of birds with beautiful plumage, and of the wild flowers of the forest. Nothing of the kind was ever seen before in the habitation of a Quaker farmer. "Why, Friend West," exclaimed the Philadelphia merchant, "what has possessed thee to cover thy walls with all these pictures? Where on earth didst thou get them?" Then Friend West explained that all these pictures were painted by little Ben, with no better materials than red and yellow ochre and a piece of indigo, and with brushes made with black cat's fur. "Verily," said Mr. Pennington, "the boy hath a wonderful faculty. Some of our friends might look upon these matters as vanity, but little Benjamin appears to have been born a painter, and Providence is wiser than we are." The good merchant patted Benjamin on the head, and evidently considered him a wonderful boy. When his parents saw how much their son's performances were admired, they no doubt remembered the prophecy of the old Quaker preacher respecting Ben's future eminence. Yet they could not understand how he was ever to become a very great and useful man merely by making pictures. One evening, shortly after Mr. Pennington's return to Philadelphia, a package arrived at Springfield, directed to our little friend Ben. "What can it possibly be?" thought Ben, when it was put into his hands. "Who can have sent me such a great square package as this?" On taking off the thick brown paper which enveloped it, behold! there was a paint box, with a great many cakes of paint, and brushes of various sizes. It was the gift of good Mr. Pennington. There were likewise several squares of canvas, such as artists use for painting pictures upon; and, in addition to all these treasures, some beautiful engravings of landscapes. These were the first pictures that Ben had ever seen, except those of his own drawing. What a joyful evening was this for the little artist! At bedtime, he put the paint box under his pillow, and got hardly a wink of sleep, for all night long his fancy was painting pictures in the darkness. In the morning, he hurried to the garret, and was seen no more till the dinner hour; nor did he give himself time to eat more than a mouthful or two of food before he hurried back to the garret again. The next day, and the next, he was just as busy as ever, until at last his mother thought it time to ascertain what he was about. She accordingly followed him to the garret. On opening the door, the first object that presented itself to her eyes was our friend Benjamin giving the last touches to a beautiful picture. He had copied portions of two of the engravings, and made one picture out of both, with such admirable skill that it was far more beautiful than the originals. The grass, the trees, the water, the sky, and the houses, were all painted in their proper colors. There, too, was the sunshine and the shadow, looking as natural as life. "My dear child, thou hast done wonders!" cried his mother. The good lady was in an ecstasy of delight, and well might she be proud of her boy, for there were touches in this picture which old artists who had spent a lifetime in the business need not have been ashamed of. Many a year afterwards, this wonderful production was exhibited at the Royal Academy in London. When Benjamin was quite a large lad, he was sent to school at Philadelphia. Not long after his arrival, he had a slight attack of fever, which confined him to his bed. The light, which would otherwise have disturbed him, was excluded from his chamber by means of closed wooden shutters. At first, it appeared so totally dark, that Ben could not distinguish any object in the room. By degrees, however, his eyes became accustomed to the scanty light. He was lying on his back, looking up towards the ceiling, when suddenly he beheld the dim apparition of a white cow moving slowly over his head. Ben started, and rubbed his eyes in the greatest amazement. "What can this mean?" thought he. The white cow disappeared, and next came several pigs, who trotted along the ceiling, and vanished into the darkness of the chamber. So lifelike did these grunters look, that Ben almost seemed to hear them squeak. "Well, this is very strange," said Ben to himself. When the people of the house came to see him, Benjamin told them of the marvelous circumstance which had occurred; but they would not believe him.
"Benjamin, thou art surely out of thy senses!" cried they. "How is it possible that a white cow and a litter of pigs should be visible on the ceiling of a dark chamber?" Ben, however, had great confidence in his own eyesight, and was determined to search the mystery to the bottom. For this purpose, when he was again left alone, he got out of bed, and examined the window shutters. He soon perceived a small chink in one of them, through which a ray of light found its passage, and rested upon the ceiling. Now, the science of optics will inform us that the pictures of the white cow and the pigs, and of other objects out of doors, came into the dark chamber through this narrow chink, and were painted over Benjamin's head. It is greatly to his credit that he discovered the scientific principle of this phenomenon, and by means of it constructed a camera obscura, or magic lantern, out of a hollow box. This was of great advantage to him in drawing landscapes. Well, time went on, and Benjamin continued to draw and paint pictures, until he had now reached the age when it was proper that he should choose a business for life. His father and mother were in considerable perplexity about him. According to the ideas of the Quakers, it is not right for people to spend their lives in occupations that are of no real and sensible advantage to the world. Now, what advantage could the world expect from Benjamin's pictures? This was a difficult question; and, in order to set their minds at rest, his parents determined to consult the preachers and wise men of their society. Accordingly, they all assembled in the meeting house, and discussed the matter from beginning to end. Finally, they came to a very wise decision. It seemed so evident that Providence had created Benjamin to be a painter, and had given him abilities which would be thrown away in any other business, that the Quakers resolved not to oppose his inclination. They even acknowledged that the sight of a beautiful picture might convey instruction to the mind, and might benefit the heart, as much as a good book or a wise discourse. They therefore committed the youth to the direction of God, being well assured that he best knew what was his proper sphere of usefulness. The old men laid their hands upon Benjamin's head, and gave him their blessing, and the women kissed him affectionately. All consented that he should go forth into the world, and learn to be a painter, by studying the best pictures of ancient and modern times. So our friend Benjamin left the dwelling of his parents, and his native woods and streams, and the good Quakers of Springfield, and the Indians who had given him his first colors. He left all the places and persons whom he had hitherto known, and returned to them no more. He went first to Philadelphia, and afterwards to Europe. Here he was noticed by many great people, but retained all the sobriety and simplicity which he had learned among the Quakers. It is related of him, that when he was presented at the court of the Prince of Parma, he kept his hat upon his head, even while kissing the prince's hand. When he was 25 years old, he went to London, and established himself there as an artist. In due course of time, he acquired great fame by his pictures, and was made chief painter to King George the Third, and President of the Royal Academy of Arts. When the Quakers of Pennsylvania heard of his success,
They felt that the prophecy of the old preacher as to little Ben's future eminence was now accomplished. It is true, they shook their heads at his pictures of battle and bloodshed, such as the death of Wolfe, thinking that these terrible scenes should not be held up to the admiration of the world. But they approved of the great paintings in which he represented the miracles and sufferings of the Redeemer of mankind. King George employed him to adorn a large and beautiful chapel at Windsor Castle, with pictures of these sacred subjects. He likewise painted a magnificent picture of Christ healing the sick, which he gave to the hospital at Philadelphia. It was exhibited to the public, and produced so much profit, that the hospital was enlarged so as to accommodate 30 more patients. If Benjamin West had done no other good deed than this, yet it would have been enough to entitle him to an honorable remembrance forever. At this very day, there are 30 poor people in the hospital who owe all their comforts to the same picture. We shall mention only a single incident more. The picture of Christ healing the sick was exhibited at the Royal Academy in London, where it covered a vast space, and displayed a multitude of figures as large as life. On the wall, close beside this admirable picture, hung a small and faded landscape. It was the same that little Ben had painted in his father's garret, after receiving the paint box and engravings from good Mr. Pennington. He lived many years in peace and honor, and died in 1820 at the age of 82. The story of his life is almost as wonderful as a fairy tale, for there are few stranger transformations than that of a little-known Quaker boy in the wilds of America into the most distinguished English painter of his day. Let us each make the best use of our natural abilities, as Benjamin West did, and with the blessing of Providence we shall arrive at some good end. As for fame, it is but little matter whether we acquire it or not." "Thank you for the story, my dear father," said Edward, when it was finished. "Do you know that it seems as if I could see things without the help of my eyes? While you were speaking, I have seen little Ben, and the baby in its cradle, and the Indians, and the white cow, and the pigs, and kind Mr. Pennington, and all the good old Quakers, almost as plainly as if they were in this very room." "It is because your attention was not disturbed by outward objects," replied Mr. Temple. "People, when deprived of sight, often have more vivid ideas than those who possess the perfect use of their eyes. I will venture to say that George has not attended to the story quite so closely." "No, indeed," said George; "but it was a very pretty story, for all that. How I should have laughed to see Ben making a paint brush out of the black cat's tail! I intend to try the experiment with Emily's kitten." "Oh, no, no, George!" cried Emily, earnestly. "My kitten cannot spare her tail." Edward being an invalid, it was now time for him to retire to bed. When the family bade him good night, he turned his face towards them, looking very loath to part. "I shall not know when morning comes," said he, sorrowfully. "And besides, I want to hear your voices all the time; for when nobody is speaking, it seems as if I were alone in a dark world." "You must have faith, my dear child," replied his mother. "Faith is the soul's eyesight; and when we possess it, the world is never dark nor lonely." End of Biographical Stories, Chapter 2. Biographical Stories, Chapter 3, of True Stories from History and Biography, by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Sir Isaac Newton. The next day, Edward began to get accustomed to his new condition of life. Once, indeed, when his parents were out of the way, and only Emily was left to take care of him, he could not resist the temptation to thrust aside the bandage, and peep at the anxious face of his little nurse. But, in spite of the dimness of the chamber, the experiment caused him so much pain, that he felt no inclination to take another look. So, with a deep sigh, he resigned himself to his fate. "Emily, pray talk to me," said he, somewhat impatiently. Now, Emily was a remarkably silent little girl, and did not possess that liveliness of disposition which renders some children such excellent companions. She seldom laughed, and had not the faculty of making many words about small matters. But the love and earnestness of her heart taught her how to amuse poor Edward in his darkness. She put her knitting work into his hands. "You must learn how to knit," said she. "What! without using my eyes?" cried Edward. "I can knit with my eyes shut," replied Emily. Then, with her own little hands, she guided Edward's fingers, while he set about this new occupation. So awkward were his first attempts, that any other little girl would have laughed heartily. But Emily preserved her gravity, and showed the utmost patience in taking up the innumerable stitches which he let down. In the course of an hour or two, his progress was quite encouraging. When evening came, Edward acknowledged that the day had been far less wearisome than he anticipated; but he was glad, nevertheless, when his father and mother, and George and Emily, all took their seats around his chair. He put out his hand to grasp each of their hands, and smiled with a very bright expression upon his lips. "Now I can see you all with my mind's eye," said he. "And now, father, pray tell us another story." Mr. Temple began. Sir Isaac Newton, born 1642, died 1727. On Christmas Day, in the year 1642, Isaac Newton was born at the small village of Woolsthorpe, in England. Little did his mother think, when she beheld her new-born babe, that he was destined to explain many matters which had been a mystery ever since the creation of the world. Isaac's father being dead, Mrs. Newton was married again to a clergyman, and went to reside at North with him. Her son was left to the care of his good old grandmother, who was very kind to him, and sent him to school. In his early years, Isaac did not appear to be a very bright scholar, but was chiefly remarkable for his ingenuity in all mechanical occupations. He had a set of little tools and saws of various sizes, manufactured by himself. With the aid of these, Isaac contrived to make many curious articles, at which he worked with so much skill, that he seemed to have been born with a saw or chisel in his hand. The neighbors looked with vast admiration at the things which Isaac manufactured; and his old grandmother, I suppose, was never weary of talking about him. "He'll make a capital workman one of these days," she would probably say. "No fear but what Isaac will do well in the world, and be a rich man before he dies." It is amusing to conjecture what were the anticipations of his grandmother and the neighbors about Isaac's future life. Some of them, perhaps, fancied that he would make beautiful furniture of mahogany, rosewood, or polished oak, inlaid with ivory and ebony, and magnificently gilded. And then, doubtless, all the rich people would purchase these fine things, to adorn their drawing rooms. Others probably thought that little Isaac was destined to be an architect, and would build splendid mansions for the nobility and gentry, and churches, too, with the tallest steeples that had ever been seen in England. Some of his friends, no doubt, advised Isaac's grandmother to apprentice him to a clockmaker; for, besides his mechanical skill, the boy seemed to have a taste for mathematics, which would be very useful to him in that profession. And then, in due time, Isaac would set up for himself, and would manufacture curious clocks, like those that contain sets of dancing figures, which issue from the dial plate when the hour is struck, or like those where a ship sails across the face of the clock, and is seen tossing up and down on the waves, as often as the pendulum vibrates. Indeed, there was some ground for supposing that Isaac would devote himself to the manufacture of clocks, since he had already made one, of a kind which nobody had ever heard of before. It was set a-going, not by wheels and weights, like other clocks, but by the dropping of water. This was an object of great wonderment to all the people round about; and it must be confessed that there are few boys, or men either, who could contrive to tell what o'clock it is, by means of a bowl of water. Besides the water clock, Isaac made a sun-dial. Thus his grandmother was never at a loss to know the hour; for the water clock would tell it in the shade, and the dial in the sunshine. The sun-dial is said to be still in existence at Woolsthorpe, on the corner of the house where Isaac dwelt. If so, it must have marked the passage of every sunny hour that has elapsed since Isaac Newton was a boy. It marked all the famous moments of his life. It marked the hour of his death. And still the sunshine creeps slowly over it, as regularly as when Isaac first set it up. Yet it must not say that the sun-dial has lasted longer than its maker; for Isaac Newton will exist long after the dial, yea, long after the sun itself shall have crumbled to decay. Isaac possessed a wonderful faculty of acquiring knowledge by the simplest means. For instance, what method do you suppose he took to find out the strength of the wind? You will never guess how the boy could compel that unseen, inconstant, and ungovernable wanderer, the wind, to tell him the measure of its strength. Yet nothing can be more simple. He jumped against the wind, and by the length of his jump, he could calculate the force of a gentle breeze, a brisk gale, or a tempest.
Thus, even in his boyish sports, he was continually searching out the secrets of philosophy. Not far from his grandmother's residence, there was a windmill which operated on a new plan. Isaac was in the habit of going thither frequently, and would spend whole hours in examining its various parts. While the mill was at rest, he pried into its internal machinery. When its broad sails were set in motion by the wind, he watched the process by which the millstones were made to revolve and crush the grain that was put into the hopper. After gaining a thorough knowledge of its construction, he was observed to be unusually busy with his tools. It was not long before his grandmother and all the neighborhood knew what Isaac had been about. He had constructed a model of the windmill. Though not so large, I suppose, as one of the box traps which boys set to catch squirrels, yet every part of the mill and its machinery was complete. Its little sails were neatly made of linen, and whirled round very swiftly when the mill was placed in a draught of air. Even a puff of wind from Isaac's mouth, or from a pair of bellows, was sufficient to set the sails in motion. And what was most curious, if a handful of grains of wheat were put into the little hopper, they would soon be converted into snow-white flour. Isaac's playmates were enchanted with his new windmill. They thought that nothing so pretty and so wonderful had ever been seen in the whole world. "But, Isaac," said one of them, "you have forgotten one thing that belongs to a mill." "What is that?" asked Isaac; for he supposed that from the roof of the mill to its foundation, he had forgotten nothing. "Why, where is the miller?" said his friend. "That is true. I must look out for one," said Isaac; and he set himself to consider how the deficiency should be supplied. He might easily have made the miniature figure of a man; but then it would not have been able to move about and perform the duties of a miller. As Captain Lemuel Gulliver had not yet discovered the island of Lilliput, Isaac did not know that there were little men in the world, whose size was just suited to his windmill. It so happened, however, that a mouse had just been caught in the trap; and so, as no other miller could be found, Mr. Mouse was appointed that important office. The new miller made a very respectable appearance in his dark gray coat. To be sure, he had not a very good character for honesty, and was suspected of sometimes stealing a portion of the grain which was given him to grind. But perhaps some two-legged millers are quite as dishonest as this small quadruped. As Isaac grew older, it was found that he had far more important matters in his mind than the manufacture of toys, like the little windmill. All day long, if left to himself, he was either absorbed in thought, or engaged in some book of mathematics or natural philosophy. At night, I think it probable, he looked up with reverential curiosity to the stars, and wondered whether there were worlds like our own, and how great was their distance from the earth, and what was the power that kept them in their courses. Perhaps, even so early in life, Isaac Newton felt a presentiment that he should be able, hereafter, to answer all these questions. When Isaac was 14 years old, his mother's second husband being now dead, she wished her son to leave school, and assist her in managing the farm at Woolsthorpe. For a year or two, therefore, he tried to turn his attention to farming.
But his mind was so bent on being a scholar, that his mother sent him back to school, and afterwards to the University of Cambridge. I have now finished my anecdotes of Isaac Newton's boyhood. My story would be far too long, were I to mention all the splendid discoveries which he made after he came to be a man. He was the first that found out the nature of light; for before his day nobody could tell what the sunshine was composed of. You remember, I suppose, the story of an apple's falling on his head, and thus leading him to discover the force of gravitation, which keeps the heavenly bodies in their courses. When he had once got hold of this idea, he never permitted his mind to rest until he had searched out all the laws by which the planets are guided through the sky. This he did as thoroughly as if he had gone up among the stars, and tracked them in their orbits. The boy had found out the mechanism of a windmill. The man explained to his fellow men the mechanism of the universe. While making these researches, he was accustomed to spend night after night in a lofty tower, gazing at the heavenly bodies through a telescope. His mind was lifted far above the things of this world. He may be said, indeed, to have spent the greater part of his life in worlds that lie thousands and millions of miles away; for where the thoughts and the heart are, there is our true existence. Did you never hear the story of Newton and his little dog, Diamond? One day, when he was 50 years old, and had been hard at work more than 20 years studying the theory of light, he went out of his chamber, leaving his little dog asleep before the fire. On the table lay a heap of manuscript papers, containing all the discoveries which Newton had made during those 20 years. When his master was gone, up rose little Diamond, jumped upon the table, and overthrew the lighted candle. The papers immediately caught fire. Just as the destruction was completed, Newton opened the chamber door, and perceived that the labors of 20 years were reduced to a heap of ashes. There stood little Diamond, the author of all the mischief. Almost any other man would have sentenced the dog to immediate death; but Newton patted him on the head with his usual kindness, although grief was in his heart. "O Diamond, Diamond," exclaimed he, "thou little knowest the mischief thou hast done!" This incident affected his health and spirits for some time afterwards; but from his conduct toward the little dog, you may judge what was the sweetness of his temper. Newton lived to be a very old man, and acquired great renown, and was made a member of Parliament, and received the honor of knighthood from the king. But he cared little for earthly fame and honors, and felt no pride in the vastness of his knowledge. All that he learned only made him feel how little he knew, in comparison to what remained to be known. "I seem to myself like a child," observed he, "playing on the sea-shore, and picking up here and there a curious shell, or a pretty pebble, while the boundless ocean of truth lies undiscovered before me." At last, in 1727, when he was 85 years old, Sir Isaac Newton died, or rather he ceased to live on earth. We may be permitted to believe that he is still searching out the infinite wisdom and goodness of the Creator, as earnestly, and with even more success, than while his spirit animated a mortal body. He has left a fame behind him, which will be as endurable as if his name were written in letters of light, formed by the stars upon the midnight sky. "I love to hear about mechanical contrivances, such as the water clock and the little windmill," remarked George. "I suppose, if Sir Isaac Newton had only thought of it, he might have found out the steam engine and railroads, and all the other famous inventions that have come into use since his day." "Very possibly he might," replied Mr. Temple; "and no doubt a great many people would think it more useful to manufacture steam engines than to search out the system of the universe. Other great astronomers, besides Newton, have been endowed with mechanical genius. There was David Rittenhouse, an American. He made a perfect little water mill, when he was only 7 or 8 years old. But this sort of ingenuity is but a mere trifle in comparison with the other talents of such men." "It must have been beautiful," said Edward, "to spend whole nights in a high tower, as Newton did, gazing at the stars and the comets and the meteors. But what would Newton have done, had he been blind, or if his eyes had been no better than mine?" "Why, even then, my dear child," observed Mrs. Temple, "he would have found out some way of enlightening his mind, and of elevating his soul. But come! Little Emily is waiting to bid you good night. You must go to sleep, and dream of seeing all our faces." "But how sad it will be when I awake!" murmured Edward. End of Biographical Stories, Chapter 3. Biographical Stories, Chapter 4, of True Stories from History and Biography, by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Samuel Johnson. In the course of the next day, the harmony of our little family was disturbed by something like a quarrel between George and Edward. The former, though he loved his brother dearly, had found it quite too great a sacrifice of his own enjoyments to spend all his playtime in a darkened chamber. Edward, on the other hand, was inclined to be despotic. He felt as if his bandaged eyes entitled him to demand that everybody who enjoyed the blessing of sight should contribute to his comfort and amusement. He therefore insisted that George, instead of going out to play at football, should join with himself and Emily in a game of questions and answers. George resolutely refused, and ran out of the house. He did not revisit Edward's chamber till the evening, when he stole in, looking confused, yet somewhat sullen, and sat down beside his father's chair. It was evident by a motion of Edward's head, and a slight trembling of his lips, that he was aware of George's entrance, though his footsteps had been almost inaudible. Emily, with her serious and earnest little face, looked from one to the other, as if she longed to be a messenger of peace between them. Mr. Temple, without seeming to notice any of these circumstances, began a story. Samuel Johnson, born 1709, died 1784. "Sam," said Mr. Michael Johnson of Lichfield one morning, "I am very feeble and ailing to‐day. You must go to Uttoxeter in my stead, and tend the bookstall in the market‐place there." This was spoken above 100 years ago, by an elderly man, who had once been a thriving bookseller at Lichfield in England. Being now reduced in circumstances, he was forced to go, every market day, and sell books at a stall in the neighboring village of Uttoxeter. His son, to whom Mr. Johnson spoke, was a great boy of very singular aspect. He had an intelligent face, but it was seamed and distorted by a scrofulous humor, which affected his eyes so badly that sometimes he was almost blind. Owing to the same cause, his head would often shake with a tremulous motion, as if he were afflicted with the palsy. When Sam was an infant, the famous Queen Anne had tried to cure him of this disease by laying her royal hands upon his head. But though the touch of a king or queen was supposed to be a certain remedy for scrofula, it produced no good effect upon Sam Johnson. At the time which we speak of, the poor lad was not very well dressed, and wore shoes from which his toes peeped out; for his old father had barely the means of supporting his wife and children. But poor as the family were, young Sam Johnson had as much pride as any nobleman's son in England. The fact was, he felt conscious of uncommon sense and ability, which, in his own opinion, entitled him to great respect from the world. Perhaps he would have been glad if grown people had treated him as reverentially as his schoolfellows did. 3 of them were accustomed to come for him every morning. While he sat upon the back of one, the 2 others supported him on each side. Thus he rode to school in triumph. Being a personage of so much importance, Sam could not bear the idea of standing all day in Uttoxeter market, offering books to the rude and ignorant country people. Doubtless he felt the more reluctant on account of his shabby clothes, and the disorder of his eyes, and the tremulous motion of his head. When Mr. Michael Johnson spoke, Sam pouted, and made an indistinct grumbling in his throat. Then he looked his old father in the face, and answered him loudly and deliberately. "Sir," said he, "I will not go to Uttoxeter market." Mr. Johnson had seen a great deal of the lad's obstinacy ever since his birth; and while Sam was younger, the old gentleman had probably used the rod whenever occasion seemed to require. But he was now too feeble, and too much out of spirits, to contend with this stubborn and violent‐tempered boy. He therefore gave up the point at once, and prepared to go to Uttoxeter himself. "Well, Sam," said Mr. Johnson, as he took his hat and staff, "if, for the sake of your foolish pride, You can suffer your poor sick father to stand all day, in the noise and confusion of the market, when he ought to be in his bed. I have no more to say. But you will think of this, Sam, when I am dead and gone." So the poor old man, perhaps with a tear in his eye, but certainly with sorrow in his heart, set forth towards Uttoxeter. The gray-haired, feeble, melancholy Michael Johnson! How sad a thing it was that he should be forced to go, in his sickness, and toil for the support of an ungrateful son, who was too proud to do anything for his father, or his mother, or himself! Sam looked after Mr. Johnson with a sullen countenance, till he was out of sight. When the old man's figure, as he went stooping along the street, was no more to be seen, the boy's heart began to smite him. He had a vivid imagination, and it tormented him with the image of his father standing in the market-place of Uttoxeter, and offering his books to the noisy crowd around him. Sam seemed to behold him arranging his literary merchandise upon the stall, in such a way as was best calculated to attract notice. Here was Addison's Spectator, a long row of little volumes. Here was Pope's translation of the Iliad and Odyssey. Here were Dryden's poems, or those of Prior. Here likewise were Gulliver's Travels, and a variety of little gilt-covered children's books, such as Tom Thumb, Jack the Giant Queller, Mother Goose's Melodies, and others which our great-grandparents used to read in their childhood. And here were sermons for the pious, and pamphlets for the politicians, and ballads, some merry and some dismal ones, for the country people to sing. Sam, in his imagination, saw his father offer these books, pamphlets, and ballads, now to the rude yeoman, who perhaps could not read a word, now to the country squires, who cared for nothing but to hunt hares and foxes, now to the children, who chose to spend their coppers for sugar plums or gingerbread, rather than for picture books. And if Mr. Johnson should sell a book to man, woman, or child, it would cost him an hour's talk to get a profit of only 6 pence. "My poor father," thought Sam to himself, "how his head will ache, and how heavy his heart will be! I am almost sorry that I did not do as he bade me." Then the boy went to his mother, who was busy about the house. She did not know of what had passed between Mr. Johnson and Sam. "Mother," said he, "did you think father seemed very ill to-day?" "Yes, Sam," answered his mother, turning with a flushed face from the fire, where she was cooking their scanty dinner. "Your father did look very ill, and it is a pity he did not send you to Uttoxeter in his stead. You are a great boy now, and would rejoice, I am sure, to do something for your poor father, who has done so much for you." The lad made no reply, but again his imagination set to work, and conjured up another picture of poor Michael Johnson. He was standing in the hot sunshine of the market-place, and looking so weary, sick, and disconsolate, that the eyes of all the crowd were drawn to him. Had this old man no son, the people would say among themselves, who might have taken his place at the bookstall while the father kept his bed? And perhaps—but this was a terrible thought for Sam—perhaps his father would faint away and fall down in the market-place, with his gray hair in the dust, and his venerable face as death-like as that of a corpse, and there would be the bystanders gazing earnestly at Mr. Johnson, and whispering, "Is he dead? Is he dead?" And Sam shuddered as he repeated to himself, "Is he dead?" "Oh, I have been a cruel son," thought he within his own heart. "God forgive me! God forgive me!" But God could not yet forgive him, for he was not truly penitent. Had he been so, he would have hastened away that very moment to Uttoxeter, and have fallen at his father's feet, even in the midst of the crowded market-place. There he would have confessed his fault, and besought Mr. Johnson to go home, and leave the rest of the day's work to him. But such was Sam's pride and natural stubbornness, that he could not bring himself to this humiliation. Yet he ought to have done so, for his own sake, and for his father's sake, and for God's sake. After sunset, old Michael Johnson came slowly home, and sat down in his customary chair. He said nothing to Sam, nor do I know that a single word ever passed between them on the subject of the son's disobedience. In a few years, his father died, and left Sam to fight his way through the world by himself. It would make our story much too long, were I to tell you even a few of the remarkable events of Sam's life. Moreover, there is less need of this, because many books have been written about the poor boy, and the fame that he acquired, and all that he did or talked of doing after he came to be a man. But one thing I must not neglect to say. From his boyhood upward, until the latest day of his life, he never forgot the story of Uttoxeter market. Often, when he was a scholar of the University of Oxford, or the master of the Academy at Edial, or a writer for the London booksellers, in all his poverty and toil, and in all his success, while he was walking the streets without a shilling to buy food, or when the greatest men of England were proud to feast him at their table, still that heavy and remorseful thought came back to him: "I was cruel to my poor father in his illness." Many and many a time, awake or in his dreams, he seemed to see old Michael Johnson standing in the dust and confusion of the market-place, and pressing his withered hand to his forehead as if it ached. Alas, my dear children, it is a sad thing to have such a thought as this to bear us company through life. Though the story was but half finished, yet, as it was longer than usual, Mr. Temple here made a short pause. He perceived that Emily was in tears, and Edward turned his half-veiled face towards the speaker, with an air of great earnestness and interest. As for George, he had withdrawn into the dusky shadow behind his father's chair. End of Biographical Stories, Chapter 4. Biographical Stories, Chapter 5, of True Stories from History and Biography, by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Samuel Johnson, continued. In a few moments, Mr. Temple resumed the story as follows. "Well, my children, 50 years had passed away since young Sam Johnson had shown himself so hard-hearted towards his father. It was now market day in the village of Uttoxeter. In the street of the village, you might see cattle dealers with cows and oxen for sale, and pig drovers with herds of squeaking swine, and farmers with cartloads of cabbages, turnips, onions, and all other produce of the soil. Now and then, a farmer's red-faced wife trotted along on horseback, with butter and cheese in 2 large panniers. The people of the village, with country squires and other visitors from the neighborhood, walked hither and thither, trading, jesting, quarreling, and making just such a bustle as their fathers and grandfathers had made half a century before. In one part of the street, there was a puppet show, with a ridiculous Merry Andrew, who kept both grown people and children in a roar of laughter. On the opposite side was the old stone church of Uttoxeter, with ivy climbing up its walls, and partly obscuring its Gothic windows. There was a clock in the gray tower of the ancient church, and the hands on the dial plate had now almost reached the hour of noon. At this busiest hour of the market, a strange old gentleman was seen making his way among the crowd. He was very tall and bulky, and wore a brown coat and small clothes, with black worsted stockings and buckled shoes. On his head was a 3-cornered hat, beneath which a bushy gray wig thrusted itself out, all in disorder. The old gentleman elbowed the people aside, and forced his way through the midst of them, with a singular kind of gait, rolling his body hither and thither, so that he needed twice as much room as any other person there. "Make way, sir!" he cried out in a loud, harsh voice, when somebody happened to interrupt his progress. "Sir, you intrude your person into the public thoroughfare." "What a queer old fellow this is!" muttered the people among themselves, hardly knowing whether to laugh or to be angry. But when they looked into the venerable stranger's face, not the most thoughtless among them dared to offer him the least impertinence. Though his features were scarred and distorted with the scrofula, and though his eyes were dim and bleared, yet there was something of authority and wisdom in his look, which impressed them all with awe. So they stood aside to let him pass, and the old gentleman made his way across the market-place, and paused near the corner of the ivy-mantled church. Just as he reached it, the clock struck 12. On the very spot of ground where the stranger now stood, some aged people remembered that old Michael Johnson had formerly kept his bookstall. The little children who had once bought picture books of him were grandfathers now. "Yes, here is the very spot," muttered the old gentleman to himself. "There this unknown personage took his stand, and removed the three-cornered hat from his head. It was the busiest hour of the day. What with the hum of human voices, the lowing of cattle, the squeaking of pigs, and the laughter caused by the Merry Andrew, the market-place was in very great confusion. But the stranger seemed not to notice it, any more than if the silence of a desert were around him. He was wrapped in his own thoughts. Sometimes he raised his furrowed brow to heaven, as if in prayer. Sometimes he bent his head, as if an insupportable weight of sorrow were upon him. It increased the awfulness of his aspect, that there was a motion of his head, and an almost continual tremor throughout his frame, with singular twitchings and contortions of his features. The hot sun blazed upon his unprotected head, but he seemed not to feel its fervor. A dark cloud swept across the sky, and raindrops pattered into the market-place. But the stranger heeded not the shower. The people began to gaze at the mysterious old gentleman with superstitious fear and wonder. Who could he be? Whence did he come? Wherefore was he standing bareheaded in the market-place? Even the schoolboys left the Merry Andrew, and came to gaze, with wide-open eyes, at this tall, strange-looking old man. There was a cattle-drover in the village, who had recently made a journey to the Smithfield market in London. No sooner had this man thrust his way through the throng, and taken a look at the unknown personage, than he whispered to one of his acquaintances, "I say, neighbor Hutchins, would ye like to know who this old gentleman is?" "Ay, that I would," replied neighbor Hutchins; "for a queerer chap I never saw in my life. Somehow it makes me feel small to look at him. He's more than a common man." "You may well say so," answered the cattle-drover. "Why, that's the famous Dr. Samuel Johnson, who they say is the greatest and learnedest man in England. I saw him in London streets, walking with one Mr. Boswell." "Yes, the poor boy, the friendless Sam, with whom we began our story, had become the famous Dr. Samuel Johnson. He was universally acknowledged as the wisest man and greatest writer in all England. He had given shape and permanence to his native language by his dictionary. Thousands upon thousands of people had read his Idler, his Rambler, and his Rasselas. Noble and wealthy men and beautiful ladies deemed it their highest privilege to be his companions. Even the king of Great Britain had sought his acquaintance, and told him what an honor he considered it that such a man had been born in his dominions. He was now at the summit of literary renown. But all his fame could not extinguish the bitter remembrance which had tormented him through life. Never, never had he forgotten his father's sorrowful and upbraiding look. Never, though the old man's troubles had been over so many years, had he forgiven himself for inflicting such a pang upon his heart. And now, in his old age, he had come hither to do penance, by standing at noonday in the market-place of Uttoxeter, on the very spot where Michael Johnson had once kept his bookstall. the aged and illustrious man had done what the poor boy refused to do. By thus expressing his deep repentance and humiliation of heart, he hoped to gain peace of conscience and the forgiveness of God. My dear children, if you have grieved, I will not say your parents, but if you have grieved the heart of any human being who has a claim upon your love, then think of Samuel Johnson's penance. Will it not be better to redeem the error now, than to endure the agony of remorse for 50 years? Would you not rather say to a brother, "I have erred, forgive me," than perhaps to go hereafter, and shed bitter tears upon his grave? Hardly was the story concluded, when George hastily arose, and Edward likewise, stretching forth his hands into the darkness that surrounded him, to find his brother. Both accused themselves of unkindness. Each besought the other's forgiveness, and having done so, the trouble of their hearts vanished away like a dream. "I am glad, I am so glad," said Emily, in a low, earnest voice. "Now I shall sleep quietly to-night." "My sweet child," thought Mrs. Temple, as she kissed her, "mayest thou never know how much strife there is on earth! It would cost thee many a night's rest." End of Biographical Stories, Chapter 5. Biographical Stories, Chapter 6, of True Stories of History and Biography, by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Oliver Cromwell. About this period, Mr. Temple found it necessary to take a journey, which interrupted the series of biographical stories for several evenings. In the interval, Edward practised various methods of employing and amusing his mind. Sometimes he meditated upon beautiful objects which he had formerly seen, until the intensity of his recollection seemed to restore him the gift of sight, and place everything anew before his eyes. Sometimes he repeated verses of poetry, which he did not know to be in his memory until he found them there, just at the time of need. Sometimes he attempted to solve arithmetical questions which had perplexed him while at school. Then, with his mother's assistance, he learned the letters of the string alphabet, which is used in some of the institutions for the blind in Europe. When one of his friends gave him a leaf of St. Mark's Gospel, printed in embossed characters, he endeavored to read it by passing his fingers over the letters, as blind children do. His brother George was now very kind, and spent so much time in the darkened chamber, that Edward often insisted upon his going out to play. George told him all about the affairs at school, and related many amusing incidents that happened among his comrades, and informed him what sports were now in fashion, and whose kites soared the highest, and whose little ship sailed fleetest on the Frog Pond. As for Emily, She repeated stories which she had learned from a new book, called "The Flower People," in which the snowdrops, the violets, the columbines, the roses, and all that lovely tribe, are represented as telling their secrets to a little girl. The flowers talked sweetly, as flowers should, and Edward almost fancied that he could behold their bloom, and smell their fragrant breath. Thus, in one way or another, the dark days of Edward's confinement passed not unhappily. In due time his father returned, and the next evening, when the family were assembled, he began a story. "I must first observe, children," said he, "that some writers deny the truth of the incident which I am about to relate to you. There certainly is but little evidence in favor of it. Other respectable writers, however, tell it for a fact; and, at all events, it is an interesting story, and has an excellent moral." So Mr. Temple proceeded to talk about the early days of Oliver Cromwell, born 1599, died 1658. Not long after King James the First took the place of Queen Elizabeth on the throne of England, there lived an English knight at a place called Hinchinbrook. His name was Sir Oliver Cromwell. He spent his life, I suppose, pretty much like other English knights and squires in those days, hunting hares and foxes, and drinking large quantities of ale and wine. The old house in which he dwelt had been occupied by his ancestors before him for a good many years. In it there was a great hall, hung round with coats of arms and helmets, cuirasses and swords, which his forefathers had used in battle, and with horns of deer and tails of foxes, which they, or Sir Oliver himself, had killed in the chase. This Sir Oliver Cromwell had a nephew, who had been called Oliver after himself, but who was generally known in the family by the name of Little All. His father was a younger brother of Sir Oliver. The child was often sent to visit his uncle, who probably found him a troublesome little fellow to take care of. He was forever in mischief, and always running into some danger or other, from which he seemed to escape only by miracle. Even while he was an infant in the cradle, a strange accident had befallen him. A huge ape, which was kept in the family, snatched up Little All in his forepaws, and clambered with him to the roof of the house. There this ugly beast sat grinning at the affrighted spectators, as if he had done the most praiseworthy thing imaginable. Fortunately, however, he brought the child safe down again, and the event was afterwards considered an omen that All would reach a very elevated station in the world. One morning, when All was 5 or 6 years old, a royal messenger arrived at Hinchinbrook, with tidings that King James was coming to dine with Sir Oliver Cromwell. This was a high honor, to be sure, but a very great trouble; for all the lords and ladies, knights, squires, guards, and yeomen, who waited on the king, were to be feasted as well as himself. and more provisions would be eaten, and more wine drunk, in that one day than generally in a month. However, Sir Oliver expressed much thankfulness for the king's intended visit, and ordered his butler and cook to make the best preparations in their power. So a great fire was kindled in the kitchen, and the neighbors knew, by the smoke which poured out of the chimney, that boiling, baking, stewing, roasting, and frying were going on merrily. By and by, the sound of trumpets was heard, approaching nearer and nearer, and a heavy, old-fashioned coach, surrounded by guards on horseback, drove up to the house. Sir Oliver, with his hat in his hand, stood at the gate to receive the king. His Majesty was dressed in a suit of green, not very new. He had a feather in his hat, and a triple ruff round his neck, and over his shoulder was slung a hunting horn instead of a sword. Altogether, he had not the most dignified aspect in the world, but the spectators gazed at him as if there was something superhuman and divine in his person. They even shaded their eyes with their hands, as if they were dazzled by the glory of his countenance. "How are ye, man?" cried King James, speaking in a Scotch accent, for Scotland was his native country. "By my crown, Sir Oliver, but I am glad to see ye." The good knight thanked the king, at the same time kneeling down, while his Majesty alighted. When King James stood on the ground, he directed Sir Oliver's attention to a little boy who had come with him in the coach. He was 6 or 7 years old, and wore a hat and feather, and was more richly dressed than the king himself. Though by no means an ill-looking child, he seemed shy or even sulky, and his cheeks were rather pale, as if he had been kept moping within doors, instead of being sent out to play in the sun and wind. "I have brought my son Charlie to see ye," said the king. "I hope, Sir Oliver, ye have a son of your own, to be his playmate." Sir Oliver Cromwell made a reverential bow to the little prince, whom one of the attendants had now taken out of the coach. It was wonderful to see how all the spectators, even the aged men, with their gray beards, humbled themselves before this child. They bent their bodies till their beards almost swept the dust. They looked as if they were ready to kneel down and worship him. The poor little prince! From his earliest infancy, not a soul had dared to contradict him. Everybody around him had acted as if he were a superior being, so that, of course, he had imbibed the same opinion of himself. He naturally supposed that the whole kingdom of Great Britain, and all its inhabitants, had been created solely for his benefit and amusement. This was a sad mistake, and it cost him dear enough after he had ascended his father's throne. "What a noble little prince he is!" exclaimed Sir Oliver, lifting his hands in admiration. "No, please your Majesty, I have no son to be the playmate of his Royal Highness. But there is a nephew of mine somewhere about the house. He is near the prince's age, and will be but too happy to wait upon his Royal Highness." "Send for him, man, send for him," said the king. But, as it happened, there was no need of sending for Master All. While King James was speaking, a rugged, bold-faced, sturdy little urchin thrust himself through the throng of courtiers and attendants, and greeted the prince with a broad stare. His doublet and hose, which had been put on new and clean in honor of the king's visit, were already soiled and torn with the rough play in which he had spent the morning. He looked no more abashed than if King James were his uncle, and the prince one of his customary playfellows. This was little Noll himself. "Here, please your Majesty, is my nephew," said Sir Oliver, somewhat ashamed of Noll's appearance and demeanor. "Oliver, make your obeisance to his king's Majesty." The boy made a pretty respectable obeisance to the king; for in those days children were taught to pay reverence to their elders. King James, who prided himself greatly on his scholarship, asked Noll a few questions in the Latin grammar, and then introduced him to his son. The little prince, in a very grave and dignified manner, extended his hand, not for Noll to shake, but that he might kneel down and kiss it. "Nephew," said Sir Oliver, "pay your duty to the prince." "I owe him no duty," cried Noll, thrusting aside the prince's hand with a rude laugh. "Why should I kiss the boy's hand?" All the courtiers were amazed and confounded, and Sir Oliver the most of all. But the king laughed heartily, saying that little Noll had a stubborn English spirit, and that it was well for his son to learn betimes what sort of people he was to rule over. So King James and his train entered the house, and the prince, with Noll and the other children, was sent to play in a separate room, while his Majesty was at dinner. The young people soon became acquainted; for boys, whether the sons of monarchs or of peasants, all like play, and are pleased with one another's society. What games they diverted themselves with, I cannot tell. Perhaps they played at ball, perhaps at blindman's buff, perhaps at leap-frog, perhaps at prison bars. Such games have been in use for hundreds of years, and princes, as well as poor children, have spent some of their happiest hours in playing at them. Meanwhile, King James and his nobles were feasting with Sir Oliver in the great hall. The king sat in a gilded chair, under a canopy, at the head of a long table. Whenever any of the company addressed him, it was with the deepest reverence. If the attendants offered him wine, or the various delicacies of the festival, it was upon their bended knees. You would have thought, by these tokens of worship, that the monarch was a supernatural being. Only he seemed to have quite as much need of those vulgar matters, food and drink, as any other person at the table. But fate had ordained that good King James should not finish his dinner in peace. All of a sudden, there arose a terrible uproar in the room where the children were at play. Angry shouts and shrill cries of alarm were mixed up together, while the voices of elder persons were likewise heard, trying to restore order among the children. The king and everybody else at table looked aghast, for perhaps the tumult made them think that a general rebellion had broken out. "Mercy on us!" muttered Sir Oliver. "That graceless nephew of mine is in some mischief or other, the naughty little whelp!" Getting up from table, he ran to see what was the matter, followed by many of the guests, and the king among them. They all crowded to the door of the playroom. On looking in, they beheld the little Prince Charles, with his rich dress all torn, and covered with the dust of the floor. His royal blood was streaming from his nose in great abundance. He gazed at all with a mixture of rage and affright, and at the same time a puzzled expression, as if he could not understand how any mortal boy should dare to give him a beating. As for all, there stood his sturdy little figure, bold as a lion, looking as if he were ready to fight not only the prince, but the king and kingdom too. "You little villain!" cried his uncle. "What have you been about? Down on your knees this instant, and ask the prince's pardon. How dare you lay your hands on the King Majesty's royal son?" "He struck me first," grumbled the valiant little Noll, "and I have only given him his due." Sir Oliver and the guests lifted up their hands in astonishment and horror. No punishment seemed severe enough for this wicked little varlet, who had dared to resent a blow from the king's own son. Some of the courtiers were of opinion that all should be sent prisoner to the Tower of London, and brought to trial for high treason. Others, in their great zeal for the king's service, were about to lay hands on the boy, and chastise him in the royal presence. But King James, who sometimes showed a good deal of sagacity, ordered them to desist. "Thou art a bold boy," said he, looking fixedly at little Noll, "and if thou live to be a man, my son Charlie would do wisely to be friends with thee." "I never will!" cried the little prince, stamping his foot. "Peace, Charlie, peace!" said the king. Then, addressing Sir Oliver and the attendants, "Harm not the urchin, for he has taught my son a good lesson, if Heaven do but give him grace to profit by it. Hereafter, should he be tempted to tyrannize over the stubborn race of Englishmen, let him remember little Noll Cromwell, and his own bloody nose." So the king finished his dinner and departed; and for many a long year the childish quarrel between Prince Charles and Noll Cromwell was forgotten. The prince, indeed, might have lived a happier life, and have met a more peaceful death, had he remembered that quarrel, and the moral which his father drew from it. But when old King James was dead, and Charles sat upon his throne, he seemed to forget that he was but a man, and that his meanest subjects were men as well as he. He wished to have the property and lives of the people of England entirely at his own disposal. But the Puritans, and all who loved liberty, rose against him, and beat him in many battles, and pulled him down from his throne. Throughout this war between the kings and nobles on one side, and the people of England on the other, there was a famous leader who did more towards the ruin of royal authority than all the rest. The contest seemed like a wrestling match between King Charles and this strong man, and the king was overthrown. When the discrowned monarch was brought to trial, that warlike leader sat in the judgment hall. Many judges were present besides himself, but he alone had the power to save King Charles, or to doom him to the scaffold. After sentence was pronounced, this victorious general was entreated by his own children, on their knees, to rescue his Majesty from death. "No," said he sternly, Better that one man should perish, than that the whole country should be ruined for his sake. It is resolved that he shall die." When Charles, no longer a king, was led to the scaffold, his great enemy stood at a window of the royal palace of Whitehall. He beheld the poor victim of pride and evil education and misused power, as he laid his head upon the block. He looked on with a steadfast gaze, while a black-veiled executioner lifted the fatal axe, and smote off that anointed head at a single blow. "It is a righteous deed, perhaps," he said to himself. "Now Englishmen may enjoy their rights." At night, when the body of Charles was laid in the coffin in a gloomy chamber, the general entered, lighting himself with a torch. Its gleam showed that he was now growing old. His visage was scarred with many battles in which he had led the van. His brow was wrinkled with care, and with the continual exercise of stern authority. Probably there was not a single trait, either of aspect or manner, that belonged to the little Noll, who had battled so stoutly with Prince Charles. Yet this was he. He lifted the coffin lid, and caused the light of his torch to fall upon the dead monarch's face. Then probably his mind went back over all the marvelous events that had brought the hereditary King of England to this dishonored coffin, and had raised himself, an humble individual, to the possession of kingly power. He was a king, though without the empty title or the glittering crown. "Why was it," said Cromwell to himself, or might have said, as he gazed at the pale features in the coffin, "why was it that this great king fell, and that poor Noll Cromwell has gained all the power of the realm?" And indeed, why was it? King Charles had fallen because, in his manhood, the same as when a child, he disdained to feel that every human creature was his brother. He deemed himself a superior being, and fancied that his subjects were created only for a king to rule over. And Cromwell rose because, in spite of his many faults, he mainly fought for the rights and freedom of his fellow men, and therefore the poor and the oppressed all lent their strength to him. "Dear father, how I should hate to be a king!" exclaimed Edward. "And would you like to be a Cromwell?" inquired his father. "I should like it well," replied George. "Only I would not have put the poor old king to death. I would have sent him out of the kingdom, or perhaps have allowed him to live in a small house near the gate of the royal palace. It was too severe to cut off his head." "Kings are in such an unfortunate position," said Mr. Temple, "that they must either be almost deified by their subjects, or else be dethroned and beheaded. In either case, it is a pitiable lot." "Oh, I had rather be blind than a king," said Edward. "Well, my dear Edward," observed his mother, with a smile, "I am glad you are convinced that your own lot is not the hardest in the world." End of Biographical Stories, Chapter 6. Biographical Stories, Chapter 7, of True Stories from History and Biography by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Benjamin Franklin. It was a pleasant sight for those who had eyes to see how patiently the blinded little boy now submitted to what he had at first deemed an intolerable calamity. The beneficent Creator has not allowed our comfort to depend on the enjoyment of any single sense, though He has made the world so very beautiful. Yet it is possible to be happy without ever beholding the blue sky, or the green and flowery earth, or the kind faces of those whom we love. Thus it appears that all the external beauty of the universe is a free gift from God, over and above what is necessary to our comfort. How grateful, then, should we be to the divine benevolence, which showers ever superfluous bounties upon us! One truth, therefore, which Edward's blindness had taught him, was that his mind and soul could dispense with the assistance of his eyes. Doubtless, however, he would have found this lesson far more difficult to learn, had it not been for the affection of those around him. His parents, and George and Emily, aided him to bear his misfortune. If possible, they would have lent him their own eyes; and this, too, was a good lesson for him. It taught him how dependent on one another God has ordained us to be, insomuch that all the necessities of mankind should incite them to mutual love. So Edward loved his friends, and perhaps all the world, better than he ever did before; and he felt grateful towards his father for spending the evenings in telling him stories; more grateful, probably, than any of my little readers will feel towards me for so carefully writing those same stories down. "Come, dear father," said he, the next evening, "now tell us all about some other little boy who was destined to be a famous man." "How would you like a story of a Boston boy?" asked his father. "Oh, pray let us have it!" cried George, eagerly. "It will be all the better if he has been to our schools, and has coasted on the Common, and sailed boats in the Frog Pond. I shall feel acquainted with him then." "Well, then," said Mr. Temple, "I will introduce you to a Boston boy, whom all the world became acquainted with, after he grew to be a man." The story was as follows: Benjamin Franklin, born 1706, died 1790. In the year 1716, or about that period, a boy used to be seen in the streets of Boston, who was known among his schoolfellows and playmates by the name of Ben Franklin. Ben was born in 1706, so that he was now about 10 years old. His father, who had come over from England, was a soap boiler and tallow chandler, and resided in Milk Street, not far from the Old South Church. Ben was a bright boy at his book, and even a brighter one when at play with his comrades. He had some remarkable qualities, which always seemed to give him the lead, whether at sport or in more serious matters. I might tell you a number of amusing anecdotes about him. You are acquainted, I suppose, with his famous story of the whistle, and how he bought it with a whole pocketful of coppers, and afterwards repented of his bargain. But Ben had grown a great boy since those days, and had gained wisdom by experience. For this was one of his peculiarities, that no incident ever happened to him without teaching him some valuable lesson. Thus he generally profited more by his misfortunes than many people do by the most favorable events that could befall them. Ben's face was already pretty well known to the inhabitants of Boston. The selectmen and other people of note often used to visit his father, for the sake of talking about affairs of the town or province. Mr. Franklin was considered a person of great wisdom and integrity, and was respected by all who knew him, although he supported his family by the humble trade of boiling soap and making tallow candles. While his father and the visitors were holding deep consultations about public affairs, little Ben would sit on his stool in a corner, listening with the greatest interest, as if he understood every word. Indeed, his features were so full of intelligence, that there could be but little doubt, not only that he understood what was said, but that he could have expressed some very sagacious opinions out of his own mind. But in those days, boys were expected to be silent in the presence of their elders. However, Ben Franklin was looked upon as a very promising lad, who would talk and act wisely by and by. "Neighbor Franklin," his father's friends would sometimes say, "you ought to send this boy to college, and make a minister of him." "I have often thought of it," his father would reply, "and my brother Benjamin promises to give him a great many volumes of manuscript sermons, in case he should be educated for the church. But I have a large family to support, and cannot afford the expense." In fact, Mr. Franklin found it so difficult to provide bread for his family, that when the boy was 10 years old, it became necessary to take him from school. Ben was then employed in cutting candle wicks into equal lengths, and filling the molds with tallow; and many families in Boston spent their evenings by the light of the candles which he had helped to make. Thus, you see, in his early days, as well as in his manhood, his labors contributed to throw light upon dark matters. Busy as his life now was, Ben still found time to keep company with his former schoolfellows. He and the other boys were very fond of fishing, and spent many of their leisure hours on the margin of the mill pond, catching flounders, perch, eels, and tomcod, which came up thither with the tide. The place where they fished is now probably covered with stone pavements and brick buildings, and thronged with people and with vehicles of all kinds. But at that period it was a marshy spot on the outskirts of town, where gulls flitted and screamed overhead, and salt meadow grass grew underfoot. On the edge of the water there was a deep bed of clay, in which the boys were forced to stand while they caught their fish. Here they dabbled in mud and mire like a flock of ducks. "This is very uncomfortable," said Ben Franklin one day to his comrades, while they were standing mid leg deep in the quagmire.
"So it is," said the other boys. "What a pity we have no better place to stand!" If it had not been for Ben, nothing more would have been done or said about the matter. But it was not in his nature to be sensible of an inconvenience without using his best efforts to find a remedy. So, as he and his comrades were returning from the water-side, Ben suddenly threw down his string of fish with a very determined air. "Boys," cried he, "I have thought of a scheme which will be greatly for our benefit, and for the public benefit." It was queer enough, to be sure, to hear this little chap, this rosy-cheeked 10-year-old boy, talking about schemes for the public benefit. Nevertheless, his companions were ready to listen, being assured that Ben's scheme, whatever it was, would be well worth their attention. They remembered how sagaciously he had conducted all their enterprises, ever since he had been old enough to wear small clothes. They remembered, too, his wonderful contrivance of sailing across the mill pond, by lying flat on his back in the water, allowing himself to be drawn along by a paper kite. If Ben could do that, he might certainly do anything. "What is your scheme, Ben? What is it?" cried they all. It so happened that they had now come to a spot of ground where a new house was to be built. Scattered round about lay a great many large stones, which were to be used for the cellar and foundation. Ben mounted upon the highest of these stones, so that he might speak with more authority. "You know, lads," said he, "what a plague it is to be forced to stand in the quagmire yonder, over shoes and stockings, if we wear any, in mud and water. See, I am bedaubed to the knees of my small clothes, and you are all in the same pickle. Unless we can find some remedy for this evil, our fishing business must be entirely given up. And surely this would be a terrible misfortune." "That it would! That it would!" said his comrades sorrowfully. "Now I propose," continued Master Benjamin, "that we build a wharf, for the purpose of carrying on our fisheries. You see these stones? The workmen mean to use them for the underpinning of a house. But that would be for only one man's advantage. My plan is to take these same stones, and carry them to the edge of the water, and build a wharf with them. This will not only enable us to carry on the fishing business with comfort, and to better advantage, but it will likewise be a great convenience to boats passing up and down the stream. Thus, instead of one man, 50 or 100 or 1,000, besides ourselves, may be benefited by these stones. What say you, lads? Should we build the wharf?" Ben's proposal was received with one of those uproarious shouts, wherewith boys usually express their delight at whatever completely suits their views. No one thought of questioning the right and justice of building a wharf with stones that belonged to another person. "Hurrah! hurrah!" shouted they. "Let's set about it." It was agreed that they should all meet on the spot that evening, and commence their grand public enterprise by moonlight. Accordingly, at the appointed time, the whole gang of youthful laborers assembled, and eagerly began to remove the stones. They had not calculated how much toil would be requisite in this important part of their undertaking. The very first stone which they laid hold of proved so heavy, that it almost seemed to be fastened to the ground. Nothing but Ben Franklin's cheerful and resolute spirit could have induced them to persevere. Ben, as might be expected, was the soul of the enterprise.
By his mechanical genius, he contrived methods to lighten the labor of transporting the stones, so that one boy, under his directions, would perform as much as a dozen, if left to themselves. Whenever their spirits flagged, he had some joke ready, which seemed to renew their strength, by setting them all into a roar of laughter. And when, after an hour or two of hard work, the stones were transported to the water side, Ben Franklin was the engineer to superintend the construction of the wharf. The boys, like a colony of ants, performed a great deal of labor by their multitude, though the individual strength of each could have accomplished but little. Finally, just as the moon sank below the horizon, the great work was finished. "Now, boys," cried Ben, "let's give 3 cheers, and go home to bed. To-morrow we can catch fish at our ease." "Hurrah! hurrah! hurrah!" shouted his comrades. Then they all went home in such an ecstasy of delight, that they could hardly get a wink of sleep. The story was not yet finished, but George's impatience caused him to interrupt it. "How I wish I could have helped to build that wharf!" exclaimed he. "It must have been glorious fun. Ben Franklin forever, say I!" "It was a very pretty piece of work," said Mr. Temple. "But wait till you hear the end of the story." "Father," inquired Edward, "whereabouts in Boston was the mill pond on which Ben built his wharf?" "I do not exactly know," answered Mr. Temple; "but I suppose it to have been on the northern verge of the town, in the vicinity of what are now called Merrimack and Charlestown streets. That thronged portion of the city was once a marsh. Some of it, in fact, was covered with water." End of Biographical Stories, Chapter 7. Biographical Stories, Chapter 8, of True Stories from History and Biography, by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Benjamin Franklin, continued. As the children had no more questions to ask, Mr. Temple proceeded to relate what consequences ensued from the building of Ben Franklin's wharf. In the morning, when the early sunbeams were gleaming on the steeples and roofs of the town, and gilding the water that surrounded it, the masons came, rubbing their eyes, to begin their work at the foundation of the new house. But, on reaching the spot, they rubbed their eyes so much the harder. What had become of their heap of stones? "Why, Sam," said one to another, in great perplexity, "here's been some witchcraft at work while we were asleep. The stones must have flown away through the air." "More likely they have been stolen," answered Sam. "But who on earth would think of stealing a heap of stones?" cried a third. "Could a man carry them away in his pocket?" The master mason, who was a gruff kind of man, stood scratching his head, and said nothing at first. But, looking carefully on the ground, he discerned innumerable tracks of little feet, some with shoes, and some barefoot. Following these tracks with his eye, he saw that they formed a beaten path towards the water side. "Ah! I see what the mischief is," said he, nodding his head. "Those little rascals, the boys, they have stolen our stones to build a wharf with." The mason immediately went to examine the new structure; and, to tell the truth, it was well worth looking at. So neatly, and with such admirable skill, had it been planned and finished. The stones were put together so securely, that there was no danger of their being loosened by the tide, however swiftly it might sweep along. There was a broad and safe platform to stand upon, whence the little fishermen might cast their lines into deep water, and draw up fish in abundance. Indeed, it almost seemed as if Ben and his comrades might be forgiven for taking the stones, because they had done their job in such a workmanlike manner. "The chaps that built this wharf understood their business pretty well," said one of the masons. "I should not be ashamed of such a piece of work myself." But the master mason did not seem to enjoy the joke. He was one of those unreasonable people who care a great deal more for their own rights and privileges, than for the convenience of all the rest of the world. "Sam," said he, more gruffly than usual, "go call a constable." So Sam called the constable, and inquiries were set on foot to discover the perpetrators of the theft. In the course of the day, warrants were issued, with the signature of a justice of the peace, to take the bodies of Benjamin Franklin and other evil disposed persons, who had stolen a heap of stones. If the owner of the stolen property had not been more merciful than the master mason, it might have gone hard with our friend Benjamin and his fellow laborers. But, luckily for them, the gentleman had a respect for Ben's father, and moreover was amused with the spirit of the whole affair. He therefore let the culprits off pretty easily. But when the constables were dismissed, the poor boys had to go through another trial, and receive sentence, and suffer execution too, from their own fathers. Many a rod, I grieve to say, was worn to the stump on that unlucky night. As for Ben, he was less afraid of a whipping than of his father's disapprobation. Mr. Franklin, as I have mentioned before, was a sagacious man, and also an inflexibly upright one. He had read much for a person in his rank of life, and had pondered upon the ways of the world, until he had gained more wisdom than a whole library of books could have taught him. Ben had a greater reverence for his father than for any other person in the world, as well on account of his spotless integrity, as of his practical sense and deep view of things. Consequently, after being released from the clutches of the law, Ben came into his father's presence with no small perturbation of mind. "Benjamin, come hither," began Mr. Franklin, in his customary solemn and weighty tone. The boy approached, and stood before his father's chair, waiting reverently to hear what judgment this good man would pass upon his late offence. He felt that now the right and wrong of the whole matter would be made to appear.
"Benjamin," said his father, "what could induce you to take property which did not belong to you?" "Why, father," replied Ben, hanging his head at first, but then lifting his eyes to Mr. Franklin's face, "if it had been merely for my own benefit, I never should have dreamed of it. But I knew that the wharf would be a public convenience. If the owner of the stones should build a house with them, nobody will enjoy any advantage except himself. Now, I made use of them in a way that was for the advantage of many persons. I thought it right to aim at doing good to the greatest number." "My son," said Mr. Franklin, solemnly, "so far as it was in your power, you have done a greater harm to the public than to the owner of the stones." "How can that be, father?" asked Ben. "Because," answered his father, "in building your wharf with stolen materials, you have committed a moral wrong. There is no more terrible mistake than to violate what is eternally right, for the sake of a seeming expediency. Those who act upon such a principle do the utmost in their power to destroy all that is good in the world." "Heaven forbid!" said Benjamin. "No act," continued Mr. Franklin, "can possibly be for the benefit of the public generally, which involves injustice to any individual. It would be easy to prove this by examples; but, indeed, can we suppose that our all-wise and just Creator would have so ordered the affairs of the world, that a wrong act should be the true method of attaining a right end? It is impious to think so. And I do verily believe, Benjamin, that almost all the public and private misery of mankind arises from a neglect of this great truth, that evil can produce only evil, and that good ends must be wrought out by good means." "I will never forget it again," said Benjamin, bowing his head. "Remember," concluded his father, "that whenever we vary from the highest rule of right, just so far we do an injury in the world. It may seem otherwise for the moment, but, both in time and in eternity, it will be found so." To the close of his life, Benjamin Franklin never forgot this conversation with his father; and we have reason to suppose that, in most of his public and private career, he endeavored to act upon the principles which that good and wise man had then taught him. After the great event of building the wharf, Ben continued to cut wick yarn and fill candle molds for about 2 years. But, as he had no love for the occupation, his father often took him to see various artisans at their work, in order to discover what trade he would prefer. Thus Ben learned the use of a great many tools, the knowledge of which afterwards proved very useful to him. But he seemed much inclined to go to sea. In order to keep him at home, and likewise to gratify his taste for letters, the lad was bound apprentice to his elder brother, who had lately set up a printing office in Boston. Here he had many opportunities of reading new books, and of hearing instructive conversation. He exercised himself so successfully in writing composition, that, when no more than 13 or 14 years old, he became a contributor to his brother's newspaper.
Ben was also a versifier, if not a poet. He made two doleful ballads, one about the shipwreck of Captain Worthylake, and the other about the pirate Blackbeard, who not long before infested the American seas. When Ben's verses were printed, his brother sent him to sell them to the townspeople, wet from the press. "Buy my ballads!" shouted Benjamin, as he trudged through the streets with a basketful on his arm. "Who'll buy a ballad about Blackbeard? A penny apiece! A penny apiece! Who'll buy my ballads?" If one of those roughly composed and rudely printed ballads could be discovered now, it would be worth more than its weight in gold. In this way, our friend Benjamin spent his boyhood and youth, until, on account of some disagreement with his brother, he left his native town, and went to Philadelphia. He landed in the latter city, a homeless and hungry young man, and bought 3 pence worth of bread to satisfy his appetite. Not knowing where else to go, he entered a Quaker meeting house, sat down, and fell fast asleep. He has not told us whether his slumbers were visited by any dreams. But it would have been a strange dream indeed, and an incredible one, that should have foretold how great a man he was destined to become, and how much he would be honored in that very city where he was now friendless and unknown. So here we finish our story of the childhood of Benjamin Franklin. One of these days, if you would know what he was in his manhood, you must read his own works and the history of American independence. "Do let us hear a little more of him," said Edward. "Not that I admire him so much as many other characters, but he interests me because he was a Yankee boy." "My dear son," replied Mr. Temple, "it would require a whole volume of talk to tell you all that is worth knowing about Benjamin Franklin. There is a very pretty anecdote of his flying a kite in the midst of a thunderstorm, and thus drawing down the lightning from the clouds, and proving that it was the same thing as electricity. His whole life would be an interesting story, if we had the time to tell it." "But pray, dear father, tell us what made him so famous," said George. "I have seen his portrait a great many times. There is a wooden bust of him in one of our streets, and marble ones, I suppose, in some other places, and towns and ships of war, and steamboats, and banks, and academies, and children are often named after Franklin. Why should he have grown so very famous?" "Your question is a reasonable one, George," answered his father. "I doubt whether Franklin's philosophical discoveries, important as they were, or even his vast political services, would have given him all the fame which he acquired. It appears to me that Poor Richard's Almanack did more than anything else towards making him familiarly known to the public. As the writer of those proverbs, which Poor Richard was supposed to utter, Franklin became the counselor and household friend of almost every family in America. Thus, it was the humblest of all his labors that has done the most for his fame." "I have read some of those proverbs," remarked Edward, "but I do not like them. They are all about getting money or saving it." "Well," said his father, "they were suited to the condition of the country, and their effect upon the whole has doubtless been good, although they teach men but a very small portion of their duties." Chapter 8 Biographical Stories, Chapter 9 of True Stories from History and Biography by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Queen Christina. Hitherto, Mr. Temple's narratives had all been about boys and men. But the next evening he bethought himself that the quiet little Emily would perhaps be glad to hear the story of a child of her own sex. He therefore resolved to narrate the youthful adventures of Christina of Sweden, who began to be a queen at the age of no more than 6 years. If we have any little girls among our readers, they must not suppose that Christina is set before them as a pattern of what they ought to be. On the contrary, the tale of her life is chiefly profitable as showing the evil effects of a wrong education, which caused this daughter of a king to be both useless and unhappy. Here follows the story. Queen Christina, born 1626, died 1689. In the royal palace at Stockholm, the capital city of Sweden, there was born in 1626 a little princess. The king, her father, gave her the name of Christina, in memory of a Swedish girl with whom he had been in love. His own name was Gustavus Adolphus, and he was also called the Lion of the North, because he had gained greater fame in war than any other prince or general then alive. With this valiant king for their commander, the Swedes had made themselves terrible to the Emperor of Germany and to the King of France, and were looked upon as the chief defense of the Protestant religion. The little Christina was by no means a beautiful child. To confess the truth, she was remarkably plain. The queen, her mother, did not love her so much as she ought, partly because, on account of Christina's want of beauty, and also because both the king and the queen had wished for a son, who might have gained as great renown in battle as his father had. The king, however, soon became exceedingly fond of the infant princess. When Christina was very young, she was taken violently sick. Gustavus Adolphus, who was several hundred miles from Stockholm, traveled night and day, and never rested until he held the poor child in his arms. On her recovery, he made a solemn festival, in order to show his joy to the people of Sweden, and express his gratitude to Heaven. After this event, he took his daughter with him in all the journeys which he made through his kingdom. Christina soon proved herself a bold and sturdy little girl. When she was 2 years old, the king and herself, in the course of a journey, came to the strong fortress of Colmar. On the battlements were soldiers clad in steel armor, which glittered in the sunshine. There were likewise great cannons, pointing their black mouths at Gustavus and little Christina, and ready to belch out their smoke and thunder. For whenever a king enters a fortress, it is customary to receive him with a royal salute of artillery. But the captain of the fortress met Gustavus and his daughter as they were about to enter the gateway. "May it please your Majesty," said he, taking off his steel cap and bowing profoundly, "I fear that if we receive you with a salute of cannon, the little princess will be frightened almost to death." Gustavus looked earnestly at his daughter, and was indeed apprehensive that the thunder of so many cannon might perhaps throw her into convulsions. He had almost a mind to tell the captain to let them enter the fortress quietly, as common people might have done, without all this head-splitting racket. But no, this would not do. "Let them fire," said he, waving his hand. "Christina is a soldier's daughter, and must learn to bear the noise of cannon." So the captain uttered the word of command, and immediately there was a terrible peal of thunder from the cannon, and such a gush of smoke that it enveloped the whole fortress in its volumes. But amid all the din and confusion, Christina was seen clapping her little hands, and laughing in an ecstasy of delight. Probably nothing ever pleased her father so much as to see that his daughter promised to be fearless as himself. He determined to educate her exactly as if she had been a boy, and to teach her all the knowledge needful to the ruler of a kingdom and the commander of an army. But Gustavus should have remembered that Providence had created her to be a woman, and that it was not for him to make a man of her. However, the king derived great happiness from his beloved Christina. It must have been a pleasant sight to see the powerful monarch of Sweden playing in some magnificent hall of the palace with this merry little girl. Then he forgot that the weight of a kingdom rested upon his shoulders. He forgot that the wise Chancellor Oxenstiern was waiting to consult with him how to render Sweden the greatest nation of Europe. He forgot that the Emperor of Germany and the King of France were plotting together how they might pull him down from his throne. Yes, Gustavus forgot all the perils and cares and pompous irksomeness of a royal life, and was as happy while playing with his child as the humblest peasant in the realm of Sweden. How gaily did they dance along the marble floor of the palace, this valiant king with his upright martial figure, his war-worn visage and commanding aspect, and the small round form of Christina, with her rosy face of childish merriment. Her little fingers were clasped in her father's hand, which had held the leading staff in many famous victories. His crown and sceptre were her playthings. She could disarm Gustavus of his sword, which was so terrible to the princes of Europe. But, alas! the king was not long permitted to enjoy Christina's society. When she was 4 years old, Gustavus was summoned to take command of the allied armies of Germany, which were fighting against the emperor. His greatest affliction was the necessity of parting with his child. But people in such high stations have but little opportunity for domestic happiness. He called an assembly of the senators of Sweden, and confided Christina to their care, saying that each of them must be a father to her, if he himself should fall in battle. At the moment of his departure, Christina ran towards him, and began to address him with a speech which somebody had taught her for the occasion. Gustavus was busied with thoughts about the affairs of the kingdom, so that he did not immediately attend to the childish voice of his little girl. Christina, who did not love to be unnoticed, immediately stopped short and pulled him by the coat. "Father," said she, "why do not you listen to my speech?" In a moment, the king forgot everything, except that he was parting with what he loved best in all the world. He caught the child in his arms, pressed her to his bosom, and burst into tears. Yes, though he was a brave man, and though he wore a steel corselet on his breast, and though armies were waiting for him to lead them to battle, still his heart melted within him, and he wept. Christina, too, was so afflicted that her attendants began to fear that she would actually die of grief. But probably she was soon comforted, for children seldom remember their parents quite so faithfully as their parents remember them. For 2 years more, Christina remained in the palace at Stockholm. The queen, her mother, had accompanied Gustavus to the wars. The child, therefore, was left to the guardianship of 5 of the wisest men in the kingdom. But these wise men knew better how to manage the affairs of state, than how to govern and educate a little girl, so as to render her a good and happy woman. When 2 years had passed away, tidings were brought to Stockholm, which filled everybody with triumph and sorrow at the same time. The Swedes had won a glorious victory at Lutzen. But, alas! the warlike king of Sweden, the Lion of the North, the father of our little Christina, had been slain at the foot of a great stone, which still marks the spot of that hero's death. Soon after this sad event, a general assembly, or congress, consisting of deputations from the nobles, the clergies, the burghers, and the peasants of Sweden, was summoned to meet at Stockholm. It was for the purpose of declaring little Christina to be the Queen of Sweden, and giving her the crown and sceptre of her deceased father. Silence being proclaimed, the Chancellor Oxenstiern arose. "We desire to know," said he, "whether the people of Sweden will take the daughter of our dead king, Gustavus Adolphus, to be their queen." When the Chancellor had spoken, an old man with white hair and in coarse apparel stood up in the midst of the assembly. He was a peasant, Lars Larsen by name, and had spent most of his life in laboring on a farm. "Who is this daughter of Gustavus?" asked the old man. "We do not know her. Let her be shown to us." Then Christina was brought into the hall, and placed before the old peasant. It was strange, no doubt, to see a child, a little girl of 6 years old, offered to the Swedes as their ruler, instead of the brave king, her father, who had led them to victory so many times. Could her baby fingers wield a sword in war? Could her childish mind govern the nation wisely in peace? But the Swedes do not appear to have asked themselves these questions. Old Lars Larsen took Christina up in his arms, and gazed earnestly into her face. He had known the great Gustavus well, and his heart was touched when he saw the likeness which the little girl bore to the heroic monarch. "Yes," cried he, with the tears gushing down his furrowed cheeks, "this is truly the daughter of our Gustavus. Here is her father's brow. Here is his piercing eye. She is his very picture. This child shall be our queen." Then all the proud nobles of Sweden, and the reverend clergy, and the burghers and the peasants, knelt down at the child's feet and kissed her hand. "Long live Christina, Queen of Sweden!" shouted they. Even after she was a woman grown, Christina remembered the pleasure which she felt in seeing all these men at her feet, and hearing them acknowledge her as their supreme ruler. Poor child! She was yet to learn that power does not ensure happiness. As yet, however, she had not any real power. All the public business, it is true, was transacted in her name, but the kingdom was governed by a number of the most experienced statesmen, who were called a regency. But it was considered necessary that the little queen should be present at the public ceremonies, and should behave just as if she were in reality the ruler of the nation. When she was 7 years of age, some ambassadors from the Czar of Muscovy came to the Swedish court. They wore long beards, and were clad in a strange fashion with furs and other outlandish ornaments; and as they were inhabitants of a half-civilized country, they did not behave like other people. The Chancellor Oxenstiern was afraid that the young queen would burst out a-laughing at the first sight of these queer ambassadors, or else she would be frightened by their unusual aspect. "Why would I be frightened?" said the little queen. "And do you suppose that I have no better manners than to laugh? Only tell me how I must behave, and I will do it." Accordingly, the Muscovite ambassadors were introduced, and Christina received them, and answered their speeches with as much dignity and propriety as if she had been a grown woman. All this time, though Christina was now a queen, you must not suppose that she was left to act as she pleased. She had a preceptor, named John Matthias, who was a very learned man, and capable of instructing her in all the branches of science. But there was nobody to teach her the delicate graces and gentle virtues of a woman. She was surrounded almost entirely by men, and had learned to despise the society of her own sex. At the age of 9 years, she was separated from her mother, who the Swedes did not consider a proper person to be entrusted with the charge of her. No little girl who sits by a New England fireside has cause to envy Christina in the royal palace at Stockholm. Yet she made great progress in her studies. She learned to read the classical authors of Greece and Rome, and became a great admirer of heroes and poets of old times. Then, as for active exercises, she could ride on horseback as well as any man in her kingdom. She was fond of hunting, and could shoot at a mark with wonderful skill. But dancing was the only feminine accomplishment with which she had any acquaintance. She was so restless in her disposition, that none of her attendants was sure of a moment's quiet, neither day or night. She grew up, I am sorry to say, a very unamiable person, ill-tempered, proud, stubborn, in short, unfit to make those around her happy, or to be happy herself. Let every little girl who has been taught self-control and a due regard for the rights of others thank Heaven that she has had better instruction than this poor little Queen of Sweden. At the age of 18, Christina was declared free to govern the kingdom by herself, without the aid of a regency. At this period of her life, she was a young woman of striking aspect, a good figure, an intelligent face, but very strangely dressed. She wore a short habit of gray cloth, with a man's vest over it, and a black scarf around her neck, with no jewels nor ornaments of any kind. Yet, though Christina was so negligent of her appearance, there was something in her air and manner that proclaimed her as the ruler of a kingdom. Her eyes, it is said, had a very fierce and haughty look. Old General Wrangel, who had often caused the enemies of Sweden to tremble in battle, actually trembled himself when he encountered the eyes of the queen. But it would have been better for Christina if she could have made people love her by means of soft and gentle looks, instead of affrighting them by such terrible glances. And now I have told you almost all that is amusing or instructive in the childhood of Christina. Only a few more words need to be said about her, for it is neither pleasant nor profitable to think of many things that she did after she grew to be a woman. When she had worn the crown a few years, she began to consider it beneath her dignity to be called a queen, because the name implied that she belonged to the weaker sex. She therefore caused herself to be proclaimed king, thus declaring to the world that she despised her own sex, and was desirous of being ranked among men. But in the 28th year of her age, Christina grew tired of royalty, and resolved to be neither a king nor a queen any longer. She took the crown from her head with her own hands, and ceased to be the ruler of Sweden. The people did not greatly regret her abdication, for she had governed them ill, and had taken much of their property to supply her extravagance. Having thus given up her hereditary crown, Christina left Sweden, and travelled over many of the countries of Europe. Everywhere she was received with great ceremony, because she was the daughter of the renowned Gustavus, and had herself been a powerful queen. Perhaps you would like to know something about her personal appearance in the latter part of her life. She is described as wearing a man's vest, a short gray petticoat embroidered with gold and silver, and a black wig which was thrust awry upon her head. She wore no gloves, and so seldom washed her hands that nobody could tell what had been their original color. In this strange dress, and I suppose without washing her hands or face, she visited the magnificent court of Louis XIV. She died in 1689. None loved her while she lived, nor regretted her death, nor planted a single flower upon her grave. Happy are the little girls of America, who are brought up quietly and tenderly at the domestic hearth, and thus become gentle and delicate women. May none of them ever lose the loveliness of their sex, by receiving such an education as that of Queen Christina. Emily, timid, quiet, and sensitive, was the very reverse of little Christina. She seemed shocked at the idea of such a bold and masculine character as has been described in the foregoing story. "I never could have loved her," whispered she to Mrs. Temple; and then she added, with that love of personal neatness which generally accompanies purity of heart, "It troubles me to think of her unclean hands." "Christina was a sad specimen of womankind, indeed," said Mrs. Temple. "But it is very possible for a woman to have a strong mind, and be fitted for the active business of life, without losing any of her natural delicacy. Perhaps, some time or other, Mr. Temple will tell you a story of such a woman." It was now time for Edward to be left to repose. His brother George shook him heartily by the hand, and hoped, as he had hoped 20 times before, that tomorrow or the next day Ned's eyes would be strong enough to look the sun right in the face. "Thank you, George," replied Edward, smiling; "but I am not half so impatient as at first. If my bodily eyesight were as good as yours, perhaps I could not see things so distinctly with my mind's eye. But now there is a light within, which shows me the little Quaker artists, Ben West, and Isaac Newton with his windmill, and stubborn Sam Johnson, and stout old Cromwell, and shrewd Ben Franklin, and little Queen Christina, with the Swedes kneeling at her feet. It seems as if I really saw these personages face to face, so I can bear the darkness outside of me pretty well." When Edward ceased speaking, Emily put up her mouth, and kissed him as her farewell for the night. "Ah, I forgot," said Edward with a sigh. "I cannot see any of your faces. What would it signify to see all the famous people in the world, if I must be blind to the faces that I love?" "You must try to see us with your heart, my dear child," said his mother. Edward went to bed somewhat dispirited, but, quickly falling asleep, was visited with such a pleasant dream of the sunshine of his dearest friends, that he felt the happier for it all the next day. And we hope to find him still happy when we meet again. End of Chapter 9. End of True Stories from History and Biography by Nathaniel Hawthorne.